Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in once again. You're listening to World Combat Sports. Hopefully, everybody enjoyed their Friday. The club was nice, dinner, whatever you had popping yesterday. It's Saturday, officially on the weekend. You know how it is, man. We still got to, somehow, some way, there was power issues yesterday. I was in the process of, covering the Bellator cards like I do. Only World Combat Sports do, boxing and MMA thoroughly. So for those of you that tuned in, when I dropped out, I truly apologize. Real talk, I truly apologize. If you're in the building, man, hit the like button. And those of you that's on them ghost accounts, appreciate you tuning in to the channel. So just do me a favor and hit a thumbs up instead of hitting a thumbs down just for fun. You know what I'm saying? Just for fun. If y'all haven't heard, I want to let you listen to some recordings. All right? Because once again, we have the torch-lit parade out here, vilifying Gary Russell Jr., placing dialogue out here in narratives that are absolutely unwarranted. It's unwarranted, man. We're trying to build a fight up, and then every time I turn around, it's like people out here creating shit. They want to create falsicities. They want to create shit that's not true. They want to create lies, malice. And that's their whole intent. Boxing negotiations are absolutely a meticulous process, else people get fucked over. Period. You have to take your time when you're up here negotiating boxing. But recently, we've been seeing that the Gary Russell Jr., Devin Haney, play out over the media. Unlike most, this is probably the largest I've seen a negotiation process play out in the media. Now, the one part that bothers me is that I'm pretty sure there's some other fighters out here that's tuned in and looking at this and saying to themselves, like, man, this is some clown shit. You know what I'm saying? They just looking back at it because it's something they haven't did. And some of it kind of, faltered from the object. The targeted destination, the end state. Some of it did. But most of it, in my opinion, just like I put in my article, it was very productive. And, I have to say that some of it was educational to the point where, I was learning some stuff that I might not have learned, bits and pieces about the situation. You know what I'm saying? About the situation. Don't get it twisted. I learned some stuff that I didn't know about the situation. If you look at my thumbnail, it says Dazn said no. Gary Russell Jr. did not tell any lies. Originally, when this started, this particular situation has a lot to do with it. Let me let you hear it right quick. So let me get back.
With all due respect, we can get back. I know people move. I presented it the best way I could, G, with all respect. No, I get it. This with there wasn't no bullshit. But so I didn't say that it was no bullshit, Bill. No, listen. When you got back, you said I never got back at you. I took it. I took it on the chin. I said, because you didn't. I did because you didn't. Keep it real, I didn't.
Now, for those of you who's been spitting the narrative as if Gary Russell never wanted this fight, man, he wasn't going full-blown max effort to try to make this shit happen. In that particular conversation, speaking of an earlier dialogue that they had, Gary Russell just came on here and he's kind of kept it calm, man. You know how he do. He's just come on here. He keeps the tone, and he gets straight to the point. So when people up here saying he making up shit to get out of the fight, it doesn't make sense, because you just heard right there that Bill corrected him on saying that he was capping. And then Gary turned around and said, you didn't get back with me. And he said, you're right, I didn't. That was admission that he didn't get back with him at the time. I don't know what more you want from the voices themselves. He didn't get back with him at the time. And once again, I don't believe either side is running away from the fight. I just think when you come to the shakers and movers, overall, the powers that be, that tie in the monetary stipulations that's in this fight, that's when it gets a little shaky and cloudy, y'all. That's when it gets a little shaky and cloudy. Let me let y'all hear this.
Keep it real. I didn't. Right. And that was my only issue. Okay, my only issue.
So Gary said that was his only issue, man. What the fuck are y'all saying? That was his only issue. The man ain't cussing, ain't no nigga this, nigga that, bitch this, bitch that. He basically said, you didn't get back with me. I came on here and told the truth. I came on the truth and say, okay, you didn't get back with me. And Bill said he didn't. Next.
Ever say the number that you said for it to happen either. No, but look, Bill, if that was the case, that's the art of negotiation. If that number wasn't right, you could at least been like, gee, man, that number wasn't right, man.
Okay, so he's saying the number. Of course we know what the number is. It's what he wants to take the fight. That's the number that we're looking for. The number to take the fight. So if Gary Russell was saying, okay, 2 million, Gary's like, hey, Bill, all you had to do is get back with me. If the number, that's the art of negotiation. If the number isn't right, man, let's talk about it. Let's get down to it and talk about what needs to be talked about and discussed so we can kind of narrow this down. But if someone don't return with a different number, then you can kind of look at it like, damn, what's going on? Is something wrong? What am I looking at? You know what I'm saying? Like, where do I go from here? I don't understand why a response wasn't given. How do I go forward from here? I put the number in there. I didn't receive any type of reply. NI, no impact, no idea. NI. It was no impact, no idea in that particular situation. Let me fast forward.
It was a little too high, son. And then I would have been like, all right, but what you think? You never gave me the option.
So he said, let me know if it's a little bit too high. You never gave me the option. How y'all motherfuckers out here saying Gary is capping and he's freaking, he's ducking the fight? Why would you even use your platform to do that? Why would you as a person sit up here and fabricate a cloud over Gary Russell's head while we trying to build this fight up? See, that's where it separates real media from those who are just in it for the opportunity, for the opportunity to be heard. That's what separates us. T. Jordan in the building. Salute to you, man. Y'all hold up for a second. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to see what is all the vilification for when the audio is out there. If y'all niggas don't want to listen to the audio, what the fuck you want to listen to then? You want to listen to voiceovers? You want to listen to the damn motherfucking the memes? You want to look at a meme somebody made up with words? I mean, what the fuck y'all want to listen to? Because when it come down to it, Russell has stood on his square. He's been honest in the entire situation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what more do you need from that? I'm not sure what more y'all looking for from Gary Russell during this negotiation process. I'm not talking about Batman. I'm talking about when Gary Russell has came on deck and he's made his presence known and he said what he said. Why would people get on other media threads and dog this man out as if he's lying and he's not being truthful about where he's trying to go in this fight? He said, Bill, if the numbers wasn't right, get back with me. Check this out.
The number was 0.
The number was motherfucking 0. Man, y'all smarter than that. I know y'all heard this. It's not your first time. If you're not listening to all these other platforms that was basically having these individuals speak on their platform, and this negotiation process is playing out live in front of everybody. If you wasn't there from live stream to live stream and taking notes, you know what I'm saying, organizing bullet points, then I don't know what to tell you, because you really didn't have to write shit down. All you had to do is replay that shit over and over again, and it would have summed up a lot of what you was confused about.
They wasn't interested.
They wasn't interested. Let me go back.
The number was 0. They wasn't interested.
Then you tell me, everybody's listening. You tell me, if they say the number was, if Bill said the number was 0, and they, we all know who they are. They would be the zone match room. The number was 0. So therefore, if Gary was asking 2 million, okay, and he put the number out there and he's waiting on a response, and Bill comes back and say the number was 0, they, THEY underscore THEY parentheses THEY, they is referring to a separate unit of conversation, a separate unit of individuals, in this particular case, a separate unit of negotiation of individuals who play an intricate part in making decisions for this negotiation process, y'all. That's how that shit works. Bill said they wasn't interested.
And then I would be like, all right, but what you think? You never gave me the option. I never knew nothing.
You never gave me the option. But Bill, let it be known that the number was 0. They wasn't interested.
The number was 0. They wasn't interested.
Now, like I said before, I know you heard me say, explain to me, how is that ducking? How is that considered the Duck Masters Coalition? And like I put out here several times before, man, I respect Gary Russell coming out here and being extremely professional in what he was doing, monotone, straight to the point, direct. The rest of his family stayed out of it. You know what I'm saying? He was out here with Batman, who he considered a brother, having him be the mouthpiece of the social media platforms, and trusting him enough to come out here and go through the storm. Now, to be honest, do I think Batman was just, on too many sites that didn't give a fuck about him? I do. The ones that really mattered was, the clearer message that was brought out between Batman and Bill Haney. Those was the one that was conducive to, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And when it first started over Labor Day weekend, those were the most productive lives, in my opinion, when it came down to this. Those were the most productive. And those are when I was really taking mental notes, and I'll say, okay, this makes sense.
I just wanted to just give everybody an update on what's going on and what the status is.
So this is when Gary Russell came back. You know what I'm saying? Earlier yesterday. And he said what he had to say.
It's business. So we received the term sheet.
They received the term sheet. Okay? TERM, term sheet.
We finally got a chance to actually get around, get it sent over to our attorneys and everybody else. And I want to say this to Bill Haney. Stop going around here telling people that y'all own balls and that y'all running shit, because y'all not. So get off the phone with Al, and an attorney of mine. And in the first line of the term sheet states,
the first line, y'all. The first line of the term sheet. Let's not play like this. This is the first day of preschool. This is the first line. This is when you are looking at a document and you start from the top to the bottom. You don't start from the bottom to the top. You basically, you gaze, your visual is at the top of the document to begin. You are now starting the reading process.
That this fight will only take place based upon only if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up.
So only if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up. That means when it doesn't link up to Devin Haney Promotions. They're not connected in this sense, because the fight will only take place if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up. So when it comes to putting up the money, where's it coming from? Where's it coming from? And once again, you can't sit up here and say, Devin Haney Promotions weren't living up to their side of the bargain, so to speak. They're signed to Dazn. It takes a lot for Devin Haney to fight on somebody else's promotion. I believe wholeheartedly they were indeed attempting to make the fight happen. But when it comes to the bill, the ticket, the amount of money that was requested, somehow, some way, for both parties, the money has to come from somewhere. And if Gary Russell Jr. is moving up 2 weight class and he's a challenger, he shouldn't have to come up with the money. That's not how it works. If he's going to be the B side coming up 2 weight classes to fight the champion, he ain't paying for his opponent. He ain't freaking footing the money. And he's not fighting on his own network. It doesn't make any sense at all. That's poor business.
That's a red flag. That's a red flag, because if y'all gonna make a fight, Dazn and Matchroom should have already picked it up, and they should have already been included within the contract, because Dazn is pretty much like this Devin Haney's promoter, and Matchroom is pretty much like the network or whatever that we would be competing on. So how the fuck y'all gonna send me a blank check? That's basically what they did, y'all. They sent me a blank check, y'all. They sent me a term sheet without the network or the promotion, which is Dazn and Matchroom, without them being included in it at all. And ultimately, I think what Bill is trying to do, I'm not going to say Bill and them not trying to make the fight. I'm one of the ones that...
Look what Gary did. Gary acknowledged he didn't think it was DHP not trying to make the fight. He hasn't went out here and tried to excoriate and try to defame and fragment the character of doing business with Devin Haney Promotions, Bill Haney, any of them. He hasn't did that shit. But on the flip side, I'm seeing all this rhetoric come down on Russell Jr. for no damn reason. Just because people want to jump on ill-advised bandwagons, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to go for a train ride under the carriage. Y'all don't care how you get to the next destination. Some of y'all just want to hang on. And you really don't have no purpose for hanging on except to go to the next destination. You want to see what the ride is like by all means necessary. And you're fucking up the wrong fighter in the media saying that he turned down and he didn't want the fight and he's a duck master and all this other stuff. It really don't supposed to make sense to me because his language is not saying that. And in the negotiation process, it wasn't saying that.
Gonna be real with the people. I think they trying to make the fight, but I think Bill trying to middleman some shit and try to get me to be like, well, look, I got everything. We agreed to all the terms and we got everything situated and you know, this is what it is. And then he wanted me to sign it. Then he's going to go and take it back and try to present it to Dazn and Matchroom. And then they would have the choice whether they would, you know what I'm saying, want to take the fight or not. They could very possibly be like, nah, that's not a good fight. You know, so y'all trying to get me to sign a blank check? What the fuck? Hey, listen, stop this shit, man. I said I was going to come down to the number that y'all.
He said he was going to come down to the number. That means he's being reasonable. He's compromising. He ain't being greedy. You know what I'm saying? I know we just seen Teofimo Lopez successfully, you know, able to even his out at a cool 2 million, but it's for a unification fight and different people, different day on the same promotion. You know what I'm saying? Let's not get it twisted.
I came down to the number, and now what you're telling me is, all right, we'll sign this, and then I'm gonna get back to you, and I'm gonna let you know if Eddie and Matchroom and them, they really want to make this fight. That's pretty much what's going on, y'all. That's some crazy shit. I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. Y'all need to go get y'all Bill. Y'all need to go get y'all shit together and then come correct when you deal with me, man. Y'all got to come all the way correct, and when y'all dealing with me, y'all can't come with this little half-ass bullshit that y'all think y'all doing, man. That shit crazy. And then the fucked up part is Devin the one that's going to get the ass into the stick. You know what I'm saying? If this shit comes into fruition, I'm trying to make the fight. What's up? Get your peoples, man.
He said he's trying to make the fight. What's up? It wasn't no disrespectful shit going on. He just said, you know, come correct when you're dealing with me. I mean, that's just words, right? That's what we've been hearing lately. Don't get all frustrated over the words, but words, in a sense, when it comes to this social media shit. And I've heard people repeat what I said because I didn't hear a lot of motherfuckers saying it at all. But they want to turn and repeat the shit back to me. I said the tongue is a sword to life and death. Don't come back and repeating that shit to me when it's being pushed in a motherfucking sewer system to vilify Gary Russell Jr. And you consider it as just words. You know what I'm saying? When I'm defending myself. Gary Russell Jr., he's been keeping this shit absolutely professional, man. You can't ask for it. Shout out to T Jordan in the building, SB90. What you think about this, Jordan? I know you was I know you felt you felt opposite the way I felt with Russell. So anybody in the live chat, just drop the information, you know, drop the input on what you believe is going on here. Because I'm on a lot of people's sites. I may not comment, but I do tune in and I extract what I need as far as, you know, my mental notes and everything. And then, you know, I keep it moving. SB90 in the building. Salute to you. But I want you all to tell me this. How can you push a narrative out here on a platforms, plural, and you up here vilifying Gary Russell Jr. for not taking a fight when it is absolutely false? It's a malicious attack to go after someone in which you should be trying to big up. You should be trying to support for this fight to happen, because this is big. All the time and effort for an entire week, and we've been talking about this shit, good or bad. What point does it make to sit up here and say the offer was rejected or whatever? He turned down, he didn't want to fight Devin Haney and all this shit. How do you see that, young men, adults? How do you come to that? How do you come to not saying, you know what, I have character, I got to hold true to what I believe in? A lie is not something you believe in. A lie is something that you just choose to support and prompt. It might come and tap you on the head right away, and you say, okay, I'm gonna go with this lie to see what they say. You know what I'm saying? We have individuals in life that's like that. They're followers. And the vilification that has ensued for Gary Russell, so-called turning down this fight, the 1.5. He turned down 1.5. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how a fighter is allegedly turning down 1.5 when it wasn't no money there anyway. You can't say the money there and was extracted from somebody else's budget. The money wasn't there for Gary Russell anyway. The promotion and the network did not agree. It wasn't no freaking money there for him to turn down. Just because he came down to the number of 1.5, came down to the number, what else is he to do? He had his attorneys look it over, Al Heyman. They said the first line of the term sheet, y'all, the first fucking line, the first motherfucking line. What else do y'all want to see? The first line raised the red flag. The first line, not the 15th, not the 16th, but the very first line of the term sheet. This fight can only happen if the Zone and Matchroom agree. So how can he turn down 1.5 that isn't there? Why would you even push that narrative over and over again to press enter? Is just beyond other people's comprehension, because I understand it. I understand you absolutely. Those of you that did it, you don't care. That's how you go through life. You know what I'm saying? That's how you move. You really don't care if somebody understands that you're a trustworthy individual. You have some unsavory characters out here that's willing to vilify another man, especially Gary Russell Jr., who isn't a known voice out here in the social media business. So now that this particular fight with Devin Haney is played out over social media, it was a time for these platforms to grow. It was a time for us to look the best that we could possibly look. And when it initially started, it did. You know what I'm saying? The skies opened up a little bit, and I was like, damn, this is what we've been looking for. You know what I'm saying? This is what we've been waiting on right here. Denise Ward, boxing queen in the building. How you doing? Salute to you. SB90 said they trying to pull one on Gary, bro. Straight up, Gary ain't ducking shit. Gary ain't ducking, man. I wanted to hear Jonas' input on this, because I know I saw you on the timeline, man. I was just wanting to get your feedback, because I know you was one of the ones that felt that Gary was ducking. I just wanted to get your. It ain't that personal, man. You can say what you want to say. See, that's what I tell people. You can say what you want to say, but I just want to hear your input. That's what I like. I am a channel where my live stream is flowing just enough for me to engage with those who are in the live stream. I don't have 300, 400 people in the live stream. I do this for the love of it. So I can see what's going on in my live stream and respond. Heyman isn't blocking the fight. Stop with the false narratives, man. How can he block the fight? And I just told you the first line of the term sheet. And I understand people come over here with fake accounts. It's all good. Continue to do that homework. Continue to create those ghost accounts and come over here and just put stuff in the live chat. That you have to look at yourself in the mirror, not me. Boxing King, what's good? He said, World Combat, Bill and Gary, Russell brother was on for none. I understand that. I was listening to that earlier. Absolutely. You're right. Real talk. 10 minutes ago, they're just trying to work out the date and term sheet. Both fighters and Bill want to fight. Okay. I appreciate you dropping that nugget to me. Real talk. One thing I didn't say. One thing I didn't say on here. I didn't say either party didn't want the fight. I said I believe both parties want the fight, right? But my take on this and what I will never get, and it's not for me to understand, is why people up here acting like it's any more that Gary Russell can do. I've gave you the recordings. This is basically what you call a solid resource from those who are actually involved in the process, not third parties. This is a solid resource that you can use via audio, multimedia, and you can replay it back to those who are tuning in and let them take a look at it. And yes, they was over there on Fanon's show, who's been played an intricate role in having Batman and Bill Haney on his platform. And that's how I initially started. And if you read the article I wrote, I don't even put other platforms in my articles, but I gave him his props due to his mediation. I don't care. I'm not part of the LDBC. I never will be. But I don't have no problem with giving another man or another platform their props if it's something that I felt that was productive. You know what I'm saying? I'm World Combat Sports. I'm me. And I was looking at that live, and I seen where, they was conversing about this back and forth. But I want the supporters that tune in, I want you to understand that what more can Gary Russell do in this particular matter? What more can he do? Now, one thing the Boxing King said, check this out. They're trying to work out the date and the term sheet. If the term sheet isn't efficient, nothing else can go forward. Do your research on what the memorandum is. Do your research on what the legality of the term sheet consists of. If the term sheet isn't properly written with all the details agreed upon for both parties, then why are we talking about Gary Russell is ducking and he's turning down 1.5? Hey, don't want the fight just because it feels good, just because that's the group of people that you're in. Stop being followers in life. You don't have to be followers on this social media shit, because though we've had media, some of these media platforms get exposure the right way in negotiation process of this fight, we've had others that absolutely a toilet bowl, water mixed in with spam and collard green juice, with donkey piss. The way they goddamn sit up here and put a narrative that's absolutely has no preface to it, has no merit or nothing. It's just out there for vilification. It's bad. And that's where people laugh at us, new media. They laugh at us. You know what I'm saying? They laugh. They don't fucking care. Coco the Don in the building. Salute. Dana, salute to you. Boxing politics, money, 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 money. Back in the day in boxing, it was pride over dollars. Man, talk to him. Talk to him on this Saturday, this bright, sunny Saturday. Talk to him. Babble English say, but Fanon is not being helpful because he is not calling Bill Haney out on his BS. Now, this is where media comes into a different foray, right? Everybody's method to the format for which they present it to the people are different. It's easy, and I'm not going against what you're saying, Bobby. I'm not. I get what you're saying. When it comes down to it, some people in some instances, they want to remain neutral as much as possible, right? Because just say, for instance, if you know there's some bias on either side, and you just said, you know, Fanon is not willing to call Bill out on what he disagrees with. But for the people, they should be able to determine as it's playing out over the platform who's, you know, putting a little sprinkle of bullshit in there and who isn't. Negotiation is, in fact, it's basically, you know, marinated sometime in bullshit to get to the actual, you know, entree of it all. You got to fight through the bullshit. Like when this initially started, it was some back and forth, and a lot of people would call it bullshit. But like I played earlier, I mean, what you mentioned earlier is the fact that Gary Russell say, hey, you didn't get back with me. And, you know, Bill said, you're right. And then, you know, the conversation went on to the point where when Gary Russell came back on live the other day, I believe it was yesterday, he came back on live and he let it be known that he received the contract because everybody was waiting on the contract. And, you know, they gave him to Friday. So what Gary Russell do? Yesterday was Friday, right? He came on earlier. He said, yeah, we got the contract. And, you know, my people, Al Heyman just got the phone, Al Heyman and my attorney. And on the first line of the term sheet, let me take y'all back.
On the Matchroom should have already picked it up, and they should have already been turning your mind. And in the first line of the term sheet states that this fight will only take place based upon only if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up.
So what more do you want him to do? Come on, I'm talking to intelligent individuals that if I was to meet you in person, we're able to carry on a dialogue and we both understand each other. What more do you want this guy to do? What more do you want G. Russell to do? The first line of the term sheet said it all. Dana said if these two guys fight, it will sell. Why they keep talking about if the zone have the money? Because it cannot be PPV. The zone is not a PPV streaming service. Two different networks. You're talking about money, extra money that has to come out the pockets. If you know, dealing with Eddie Hearn and them, you know, it's a whole lot. The ticket grows if Devin Haney fights on a different network. I know people saying, well, Al Heyman got all the money and he should put the money up. It ain't that easy. You think a businessman like Al Heyman has got where he has been able to succeed by giving away money? You think he's become as wealthy as he is and respected as he is just by giving away money just because they want to make a fight? You don't get in a position of power by capitulating. You have to demand when it's time to demand and stick to it. Al Heyman's just not going to come out here and appease people just because it's in social media. You know what I'm saying? And you have people going back and forth. That's not the way those individuals work. So if the first line of the term sheet, people, says what it says, how are you blaming and saying he turned down 1.5 million? How are you saying Gary Russell's duck? How can you continue to retread the narrative as if Gary Russell isn't on board with fighting Devin Haney and Team Haney? Bill is still on the platforms and he's talking about trying to make the fight. Now, yesterday, of course, it got a little shaky. Seriously, it got a little shaky. Let me let you hear it.
very possibly be like, nah, that's some crazy shit.
Okay, let me go back to the other recording.
With all due respect, we can get back. I know people move. I presented it the best way I could, G, with all respect. No, I get it. This with there wasn't no bullshit. But so I didn't say that it was no bullshit, Bill. No, listen. When you got back, you said, I never got back at you. I took it on the chin. I said, you know what? Because you didn't. I did. Because you didn't. Keep it real, I didn't.
Why are people talking about Russell capping? You got two grown men talking it out, man. We're learning more and more about this negotiation process from several entities. You know what I'm saying? We're hearing it play out over new media, social media platforms. And once again, you know, primarily for none. And we're seeing these individuals as Bill Haney, Gary Russell periodically, but the voice mouthpiece, Batman, who is the, you know, your longtime friend, brother of Gary Russell. And then every now and then you have other social media entities that join in and give their say so. But ultimately, the important aspect is the two parties that's involved with the teams, the camps. And that's Bill Haney and Gary Russell Jr. and Batman. And I include Batman because he fully understands what the team Russell wants to do in this particular case and what's been implemented on the contract. And of course, their confidentiality. Batman cannot go out here and just provide you details that's enclosed to the contract. Negotiation don't work that way. And you know, if they did do that, people have something to say about it then. They weren't respected enough. The zone's supposed to come up with the money, Dana. Period. The zone's supposed to come up with the money. Gary Russell is moving up 2 weight class to fight on their network. He's fighting on their network. So he's not going to pay money to fight on their network. Why would he pay money to fight on their network? Lines say Gary Russell Jr. Should have sent back the contract with what they wanted on the contract. That makes no sense what you just said. He should have sent back the contract with what they wanted on the contract. What did they want on the contract? What did they want? You don't sign blank checks. And if you do, then you might be a glutton for pain. But how does that make any sense? What did they put in the contract that was official with all the fine details met? There's no place to fight. There's no place to fight. Matchroom Dazn did not agree to pick up the fight. So why would Gary sign on what they put in the contract if it was still huge gaps left? That's what you call, you know, what they call bad business. How you find fighters in contracts and they can't fight because their contract's so fucked up, but yet they can't fight on another network without that one, you know, promotional company knowing that they're fighting because it goes on BoxRec. I mean, that's just a little education for you. You don't go out here just putting pen to paper and letting the ink dry and saying, hey, let me appease these social media supporters, these temporaries out here, just because they say so. You don't go out here just signing an open-ended contract when it's still crucial, important details left open. That shit's supposed to come over there already official, professional. All the loose ends tied up. You just don't put your signature on something like that. That doesn't make any sense, man. Nothing but part of Fanon's role is to ensure that the correct parties with authority are at the mediation session. DHP and Bill Haney is not that guy. Okay, in a sense he is. In a sense he is. Because really, this fight right here didn't ever come down from the zone. You never heard Eddie Hearn talk about this fight. You not once heard Eddie Hearn. You haven't heard a peep of Eddie Hearn talking about Devin Haney and Gary Russell Jr. This has fulminated in the garden of social media. So if it wasn't for Bill Haney coming up here visiting these platforms and talking about it with Batman initially on the platform of Fanon's channel, then it wouldn't have never materialized the way it has over Labor Day weekend and throughout the week. It wouldn't have. So you had to have Bill Haney. Why? Because it's Devin Haney Promotions. So you had to have him up here because he understands what's going on in order to basically converse with those powers to be on his side. And then, of course, you know, Batman, in a sense, is conversing with Gary Russell, and Gary Russell is conversing with Al Heyman and his attorney. So you have the right people positioned. You have the right voices. It's not just third parties in there to take a gander and see if they can make things right. This is the people that you need. You need the individuals that you've been seeing for the past week. Isn't that what they're doing today? Sending the contract back with Matchroom. It's a term sheet. Know the difference, champ. Okay, so isn't that what they're doing today? Are they? Is it what they're doing? Because initially, when I mentioned the term sheet, it was incomplete. On the term sheet itself, Matchroom and Dazn have not committed to the content internal to that. So whether you write it in lower caps or not, it's still retained the same way. I interpret it the same way because I mentioned it. You're basically trying to include the entire contract as a term sheet. There's many pages that's included to a contract. A term sheet is one of the documents internal to the contractual document that was sent to the next team. On the term sheet itself, on the first line, I already told you what it said. So really what you're talking about, it probably makes no sense to you, but since you want to put it out there as if it does, you know, I keep it on the timeline. It's all good because I'm the one, you know, presented the audio to you. So if y'all know about the term sheet and the contract, then why aren't you providing me information of a timestamp delivery on the contract being sent back over the Matchroom? If that's what's going on, we can take all this hoopla that's in the media back and forth and saying, well, we're going to get around and we're going to try to make this fight work. And we're talking. Of course they're talking. That's what we have. We have wireless networks. We have freaking SMTP, standard message transfer protocol. We have email, goddammit. We have phone lines. We have mobile distribution. I mean, it's plenty of ways to get the message back and forth. But we don't know if the zone and Matchroom isn't willing to pick up the fight. How difficult is that for y'all to understand? Those of you that's, you know, putting this input in here like this, that doesn't make sense. Dana, Gary needs to fight more, just saying. Dana, to be honest, I mean, him fight more. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Once a year, I get what you're saying. But right now, Gary is trying to fight this year, Dana. So he is absolutely trying to meet your request. All right. He already fought earlier this year, and he's trying to fight a second time this year, which would be the first time in what, 5 years? If he fights 2 times this year in 2020. So in reality, he's trying to meet your demand, so to speak, and many others. He's trying to. Bible said mediation neutrality is important to resolve a dispute. Neutrality is important for you all to understand. Neutrality. That's basically saying minimal biasness between both parties. In negotiation, objective criteria that is verified and true is necessary to reach an agreement. That's basically called negotiation. Fanon is mixing apples and oranges. One thing I can say, mediation wise, Fanon is did what he's supposed to do. But when it comes to the fine details, only Bill Haney and Gary Russell and his team will take it just a little bit deeper. That's something that Fanon did not latch on to the other day. I commend him for that. They was asking him about the term sheet, and he refused to go into detail about it because even though he is educated enough in the legality department, he did not commit to entertaining that here on social media. Because if people would have disagreed with the legal consultation that Fanon would have given the people that was tuned in, it would have opened up a whole nother door to question, well, how do you know that, Fanon? You're not the legal team and this and that and the other. So he stayed out of it. I'm not advocating for him. I'm just answering what you put in there. He chose to stay away from the term sheet discrepancies, which was smart. He said, I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it. That's point blank. I'm out of it. Bill Haney brought it up, and Fanon said, I'm not dealing with that. I'm gonna stay out of that. I'm not getting to a term sheet and all this other shit. No, I'm not. English shade, fulmination is one thing, getting it done is another. Absolutely. Absolutely. No disagreement here when it comes to that. It can grow as much as it possibly can. But for the better good, if it still falls short for the end state that we're looking for, it's pointless. It's absolutely pointless. If it doesn't meet the end state of this fight happening, it was absolutely all for naught. All for naught. Period. Number one boxing fan in the building, Cat Taylor. What's good with you on this Saturday?
Hi, Scotty. Hi, how you
Hey,
doing?
I'm good. I'm
How you
good.
doing?
Good to see you drop back in, man. I'm pretty sure you've been hearing everything and seeing all that's been taking place over social media. Talk to him.
Actually, Scotty, I don't follow that stuff. Believe it or not, and when it comes to like the boxing gurus and stuff like that, the only person in the boxing community that I follow that delivers like boxing news is you. I'm just being
I
honest with you.
appreciate that.
I don't follow other. I don't join into boxing groups because they don't know anything about boxing. You're the only person that I know that's not affiliated with boxing, that speaks on boxing, that understands understands it as a whole from both fighters' standpoint. I don't watch the rest of them, because they kind of talk off the wall. So you're the only one that I actually follow. So when it comes to like seeing something that's like a publicity or something, anything like that, believe it or not, it comes on my timeline because I might see something that you post and I'm like, whoa, that's going on right now. Just like I didn't know that the contract didn't go all the way through because the promotion companies is not picking it up until I actually saw it come up on my timeline when you were talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
So and I did leave you a message to tell you that I was gonna talk to my mom about it and see what's good. I'm I'm actually on my way because y'all know I drive over the road, so I'm on my way home in a little bit. I don't want to have the camera all in my face because your girl getting ready to go do her hair and all that stuff. So, but
I hear you.
I did want to call and just enlighten people, period, about this as a whole. This whole situation with Gary Russell and Devin Haney. one thing that the fans got to know is right now we're still in a stage of a pandemic stage out here. So a lot of these promoters that are able to promote fights and get fights and stuff like that, they already they have a following that when they do get a fight, that following tunes into their stations. So that's how they able to get paid right now because it's a no fan situation. When you get a promoter that's not big as a top rank or um Al Heyman or it's one more he a old man. But when you don't get a promotion companies from the big guys like that, you're gonna be reluctant a little bit to just bite on spending money and then you don't get a return. So I'm not saying that this fight with these two wouldn't be great, yeah, but from a financial standpoint, it might be a lot for these promotion companies to put out there and not receive any of their money back. So you got to look at they got to pay these fighters, they got to pay all the people that's involved behind the scenes, and so will they actually make enough, especially since these smaller promotion companies don't market themselves worldwide like those those big name promotion companies do. Because even I know I'm getting ready to attend a couple of fights, and the fight that I'm attending, you're very boy. I'm new era boxing with Randall Hobbit. I'm also getting ready to attend um my one of my god sister fights. You very familiar with her too with Vegas boxing. You know personally that though we love them to death, but they're not big like a lot of these other promotion companies. So if they throw a fight, they're not going to get millions and millions of viewers. So we we got to take that in mind too. This is the opportunity right now. If they're going to proceed and these two champs want to fight, these two champs are going to have to do something that they normally don't do. And I've been saying it for a while because I keep myself inspired by that. To get something you want, you have to do something that you've never done. And these two champs apparently want to fight each other because they want to build their legacy in boxing, which is understandable. But they have to continuously promote the fight. They got to continuously reach out and promote themselves. They have to continuously build the following so that for this fight one, they'll have a huge enough following that it would cover, all the expenses need to make this fight proceed forward.
I mean, I hear you, and
So
and we totally understand it is in the midst of a pandemic, but people have to understand that in the midst of a pandemic, you have to be very careful on the negotiation process. You just can't be impulsive. You know what I'm saying? A contract is a contract. It can be in a pandemic, a closet, a trunk of a car. If you sign a freaking contract and it is not to your benefit, you still have to honor that, or else you're going to find yourself under litigation, and you're going to be in, handling legal problems. Period. And that's only from what I see that's going on with Gary Russell and Devin Haney. They're making sure that all the wording and the contract is right, which is supposed to be. And I seen that Michael Johnson said that on the term sheet is as a promissory. But we know all the time that they really don't have to honor a promissory. You know what I'm saying? It can be a lot that's in the term sheet, but they don't have to honor it. The one thing that I think Gary Russell, for a fact, he needs to understand who's gonna pick up this fight. If he's fighting on the zone and match room, they need to commit to picking up this fight, and they haven't did that yet. That's a big part of where the money is gonna come from and everything. Al Heyman is not going to just dip in his pocket and pay for Russell and everybody else when they're trying to run the man out of business anyway. Do you
You're absolutely right.
do you think
So
this fight's
in
going
the
to happen?
meantime, you want to ask that honestly? Honestly, you ask me that on air? Hell nah. Hell no. But since you asked me, and like I told you, you're the only group that I follow on social media. So I'm gonna tell you the honest. Hell no. I think it was a great publicity. Both I really do. Hey, they did their thing. They made it look good. But um, I know my brother. You know, my brother is. And I know Devin Haney. Devin Haney ain't playing. So whoever between these two thought this was a great idea, they kind of won. Like it's sort of perfect that they did this. And then they probably did it man, but then when they first looked at it, it was like, shoot, I know Devin, like I told you, Devin is a hungry fighter. He calls out everybody. When I first met him years ago, this little man was calling out fighters that was wavy. He want that smoke. So, and y'all know my brother, he more laid back, but not this gangsta with him, So if you call him out, he like what? And he done got to the point now where he like, okay, y'all don't want to fight me. You don't want to fight me for my title. So he calling you out in your weight division. So it's kind of great. It's kind of great publicity for both fighters. If they go through with it, then they both have my support. But if it doesn't happen, I also understand why it didn't happen.
Yeah, I agree, but I look at it like this: like we've been listening to this for a whole entire week now. So let me put something in here right quick. Hold on for a second. So Bible English, you put that in there to say what exactly? I understand, but let me put this in there. You said promissory note is immediately executable. It is executable, but like I said before, do they have to own up to the damn promissory note? Do we keep promises without the need to go to court? The court proceeding is an execution proceeding, not a proceeding to determine liability. The court proceeding is an execution proceeding. And let me put this on here. Let me put this in here and read it. A term sheet is a non-binding agreement that shows the basic terms and conditions of an investment. So understanding what you put in there is basically what I'm retorting it with. Just like I said before, a term sheet, you don't have to abide by that. It's just basically putting up, placing terms in there that may be internal to the contract that where y'all trying to go, the direction where y'all trying to go internal to the contract. It's outside my scope of authority, but the simplicity of it is just what I put in there. A term sheet is non-binding. That's all I want you to understand is non-binding, period. Now back to Gary Russell, man. I just hope that people understand that Bill Haney has said that their fight date is November 7th. November 7th is a Saturday. If you look at where we at right now, Kat, we in September. We put 30 on that. It's October. I mean, it's less than 2 full months to get this fight signed if November 7th is going to be the fight date. Because I truly don't think that the fight is going to be December 26th, the way this year has been going. It's a lot of people looking forward for Christmas to get the hell out this year. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the fight is going to be on December 26th, the date that Gary Russell had. But I do believe that November 7th is adequate if the fight is going to take place. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see. We'll see how that all plays out, man. What do you think about, the individuals that was out here passing the narrative that Gary Russell rejected the 1.5, which I'm saying, I'm trying to explain, there's no way he can reject the 1.5, and the 1.5 was only a part of the deal. They agreed on the 1.5, but if it's no Dazn or match room, how is that rejecting the 1.5? He rejected other areas of the contract. The entire contract has to be right, even from the term sheet. I was going to say that why would Al Heyman help the competition? True words, man. And look, for a lot of what some of you all may not know, on what's going on with initially Eddie Hearn saying he was going to come over here and take over the sport of boxing. He said that. And that was a slap in the face to those OGs that's been over here in the promotional game and the advising game that's respected. That was a slap in the face. Eddie Hearns thought the $1 billion deal with Dazn, he was going to come over here and fool the American fans into believing he was going to be take over boxing over here in the U.S. footprint. And now Canelo's about to take them to court, and the shit's just falling apart. I'm not saying Dazn is all the way broke, but they was never interested in taking this fight with Devin Haney and Gary Russell. So you want Al Heyman just to reach in his pocket and pay for Gary Russell to fight on Dazn? It ain't gonna happen, y'all. That shit ain't gonna happen. The chosen one in the building, salute to you. MXBC. Charlie Z calls out everyone too. So I'm happy you dropped by, Cat, to give your take on it, because I remember speaking to you a ways back, man. It's been a while. It's been a while since the first time we was chatting it up. You know what I'm saying? And I had the opportunity to find out how many people you actually knew in the sport, man. That was crazy. When is this next fight? Where is it going to be? Where you trying to attend? What region? Okay, I think she's busy. I'm not here to get into the legal form, because what you're putting on here is basically what I'm seeing. You're copy and pasting, and that's not what I'm doing. You're talking about something that has absolutely nothing to do with World Combat Sports. Nothing. You're copy and pasting, which doesn't make any sense at all, to copy and paste and put things in the live chat when it comes to the process of legality for a contract that's not even complete. It absolutely makes no sense at all. None at all. I'm just telling you, it makes absolutely no sense at all to act like this is going to turn into a conversation of legality. We're talking about Gary Russell Jr. and Devin Haney. Keep it within the scope of the topic of the conversation. And my main point was to have the people understand to stop dogging Gary Russell Jr. out as if he's rejecting the 1.5, but yet you're not including all the other discrepancies that was in the contract. And that's why you have Batman and Bill Haney still talking, and the conversation that's going on behind the scene for this particular fight. You can't just say the 1.5 was cool and then fuck everything else. You cannot do that. You cannot be that illiterate. You have to be smarter than that, man. You cannot just say, well, the 1.5 was in there. So what else are we talking about? We're trying to say the 1.5 is all they need? Man, y'all got it, man. Come on, man. You can't demand a lot out of social media, the social media audience, because you're going to have some people that just want to go against the grain for fun. You know what I'm saying? They want to go just for general purpose. just for, calisthenics. They can't get a date, and they said there was a red flag. That's all I'm saying. And like Michael mentioned earlier, a promissory note does not bind anything. A term sheet is just placing those details on there that you should find, and they're placing details of a contract. They're just giving you bullet points, so to speak, line for line in a term sheet in that particular memorandum on certain things that you should be able to see in the contract. That's all I can tell you. And that's not my scope of authority. That's not my scope of occupation. I'm just speaking on it. And copy and pasting, I mean, I can do that all day. Yeah, I'm speaking of a term sheet, just like Gary Russell was speaking of a term sheet. And if it wasn't such a big deal, I don't think he would have said anything about it. But those people that's dealt with legal documents understand how important that red flag is. The term sheet basically allowed Russell to identify that Matchroom and Dazn, the only way this fight was going to happen is if they picked it up, and they have not concurred. They are not on the same sheet of music to pick the fight up. So I'm not sure what you're saying that's different from what Gary Russell was saying.
So get off the phone with Al, and an attorney of mine. And in the first line of the term sheet states that this fight will only take place based upon only if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up.
So I don't know how clear that is. This fight will only, ONLY, only take place if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up. So does that allow Devin Haney to fight on somebody else's network? We don't know. They say this fight will only take place if Matchroom and Dazn picks it up. Does that mean that, well, due to the time crunch we in 2020, we have to wait? It's okay for Gary Russell to sign on? We're not just talking about a term sheet. We're talking about what was internal on the first line of the term sheet, which is absolutely a big deal. It's a red flag, because aren't the criteria that's in a term sheet, won't you refer over to the contract? You know what I'm saying? If there was, once you look for that in the contract to kind of read further on the details, they're not going to put all the details on the term sheet. They're just giving you line for line some points that you're going to reference in the contract. And that's a big red flag if Dazn and Matchroom is not going to pick it up. Isn't it a red flag? Just like he said, where are they going to fight at? Why should Gary Russell sign the contract? Why? If the fight has not been picked up by the promotion for which he's going to fight on, why should he even sign it and say, okay, cool? I think Haney meets a real one. Gary Russell trying to put money in his pocket. And all of this together, when it comes down to it, they have legal teams for a reason on both sides. We know that Al Haymon has a legal team. Gary Russell, whoever he gives his documentation to look over. And we know Dazn absolutely has a legal team to review this. But the whole point of this live wasn't to get in grave detail about a term sheet. I was referring what Gary Russell mentioned that was basically stated at the top line of the term sheet. What's going on, Lawrence? Didn't see you in here, man. Salute to you. That is the biggest deal. Okay, Kat, I appreciate you. I tried to unmute your mic and your mic was muted. I think you muted on your end. So Gary signed the term sheet. Then the other team adds more stipulations to the actual contract. What we have to agree to sign it because he signed the term sheet. You know, like I said before, the term sheet, like I put up here earlier, what it states is the term sheet is a non-binding agreement that shows the basic terms and conditions. That is what a term sheet is. A term sheet is a non-binding agreement. So therefore, why would anyone, you know, in their right mind, especially in this particular fight, where, you know, he's going to be fighting on Dazn and all the previous negotiation process of him not wanting any stipulations to hang around and fight 2 other fights on Dazn, you need to make sure that everything that's on the term sheet of the contract is correct. It's sufficient. You just don't go in there and put ink to paper just because you want to appease these fans that don't give a fuck about you. You need to make sure your house is in order, as they call it. You know what I'm saying? You need to really understand. Make sure that is in order above all else. Because I'm going to tell you, for those who don't attend fights, for those who've never seen fighters out of the sport, it's a reason why Mikey Garcia was out of the sport trying to get out of the contract with Bob Arrow. It's a reason. Y'all might not swim that deep, but it's a reason why Floyd wanted to get out of, you know, release himself out of the contract to be independent. It's a reason why so many fighters like Austin Trout is in legal in court and litigation, because they took him out of the rankings. And for him, he's saying, why? I lost millions. Why did you take me out of the rankings without getting me a fight? How could you automatically extract me from the rankings? It's an entire process that goes on all the time in boxing with fighters signing contracts, and they're fucked. They don't know how much, where the percentages of their purse is going. All they're doing is signing the contract. Just like now we're seeing with Canelo Alvarez. We're seeing Canelo Alvarez is trying his best to face Abney Yildirim for the vacant WBC super middleweight title. Now, Canelo Alvarez is feeling some type of way because he won out of his contract. But yet the zone is basically saying you haven't lived up to your side of the deal in providing us with 1 premier fight per year. So therefore, we understand that Rocky Fielding, Daniel Jacobs, and Sergey Kovalov isn't premier fights that they was looking for. More so, Gennady Golovkin would have been a premier fight to kick that off. But Rocky Fielding was the first fight of his 11-fight contract. But Canelo Alvarez wants out now. We're talking about a fighter who a lot of people don't know had final say-so in his opponents. It's looking like he is the ultimate duck master. He was the first franchise champion. He haven't really even considered coming back to 60 and facing Jamal Charlo. He's not even thinking of any of that shit. Canelo may sit top pound for pound right in front of the second, you know, the second ordained franchise champion, Vasily Lomachenko. But neither of those fighters have did anything to help us understand what the franchise champion is. But what we know about Dazn and Canelo Alvarez is him trying to get a former sparring partner to fight for the WBC title is pure lunacy at its best. And he should be called out on it. So being that I'm mentioning Canelo Alvarez and several others, you don't think Gary Russell Jr. should pay attention to what he has going on in his contract so he won't be out of the sport on the backside of his career in court? You seriously think he want to sit out instead of not taking advantage of the last remaining years of his boxing career at 32 years old? Nah, I can tell you right now, I can assume that that's not the route he's trying to take there, people. You know, I know, and everybody else know with some common sense, that's not the route he's trying to take. And this whole negotiation process has absolutely nothing to do with a single timesheet. What was on the what was on the timesheet that was a red flag. READ. If you read something and it's fucked up and you still conform to it, that's your own culpability. Real talk. That is your culpability. No one else's but yours. If the terms are material to the contract, then they cannot deviate from the term sheet. Otherwise, no contract. The term sheet, once again, is a non-binding agreement. I don't know how clear to put it. It is a non-binding. A term sheet is a non-binding agreement. The red flag that was on the timesheet, being that it's already non-binding, it would be useful to understand that it's a deterrent. It's right there on the first line. It is a deterrent right away on the term sheet that is non-binding to help you understand. Don't you dare put your name on this, because the first line says the only way this fight happens is the zone and match room. Agrees to it. That's just basically saying it's not going to happen unless they agree to take the fight, if they pick it up. But once again, in bold letters, it's non-binding. What more do you have to understand? Why are you still trying to debate what could happen and what couldn't happen? It's a non-binding. How's Gary trying to put money in Haney's pocket? I really don't know how. I know Al Heyman is not going to sit up here and genuflect for Al Heyman. I mean, for damn Eddie Hearns. I can tell you that right now. Al Heyman is not going to genuflect for freaking Eddie Hearns in this particular case. You can guarantee that. Al Heyman is not doing that shit. Salute Counter Local Sports in the building. Salute to you. But this has absolutely been about the process, of this big fight. This is a big fight between two elite fighters, period. But it has to be right. Business has to be right. You hear it all the time growing up. Your house has to be in order, right? So what's different for this? Y'all want him up. Y'all want Russell to come over here and put the noose around his neck. You want him to put the noose around his own neck and say, hey, y'all back up. I'm about just to jump on here and see if this actually works. I'm going to see if I made it correctly. I want to hang myself. Why would anybody want to go into a fight knowing that they're not getting what they want? Like I'm saying in this particular case, because a lot of fighters go into a fight not getting what they want. We know that. But in this particular case right here, moving up 2 weight divisions to face the WBC lightweight world champion, why would Gary Russell Jr. want to go in there with unneeded stress, knowing he's not getting what he wants, knowing he could have got more money in this area and that area? Why would he fuck himself like that? Why would he fall on his own sword, people? Why would he fall on his own sword? And understand this, being that I am somewhat college educated with a degree, bowel English. I'm not trying to get into a legal debate back and forth on something that I have not properly been educated on. But I do have enough competence to do the same thing that you're doing. I can research what a term sheet is since it was a big deal, since Gary Russell Jr. mentioned it, since it's part of the contracts that flow around on a daily basis, right? I was able to read, and whatever my retention was, I talk about it to that depth. That's it. We in shallow waters. Believe that. We in shallow waters with this dialogue. Because it would never with me go into the deep end because I'm not qualified to do that. That's something you might want to ask for none. Shoot him an inbox message. That's something that he's legally qualified to speak on, not me. But when it comes to this being on the surface, only thing I wanted to talk about was the same thing Gary Russell mentioned. And that was the first line. The first line was simple. Did y'all not listen? Why do I have to keep on playing this?
Will only take place based upon only if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up. This fight will only take place, and in the first line of the term sheet states that this fight will only take place based upon only if Dazn and Matchroom picks it up.
I don't know what else to tell you. And no, I don't need to get educated on the term sheet. You know why? Because the negotiation process is an anomaly. Is an anomaly to be spoken on out here on social media. And I must refer this back to you too. You need to get educated on it. Because basically you're copy and pasting shit that I'm already have seen out here online anyway. So like I tell everybody, it's easy to molest the home keys of a keyboard and press send behind this damn screen. So if indeed that you are insinuating that you're educated enough to give me more clarification on a freaking timesheet, which is a non-binding, then I suggest that you go over there and find out Batman or Bill Haney's, inbox, shoot them that and say, hey, let me be the legal mediator between you two to make this shit happen. Because you coming to me with this term sheet and then educate for what? My area of direction is boxing, mixed martial arts, and combat sports. Not one line. You want me to specify one line, which this whole live is for me to get the message out there to tell people to stop capping that Gary Russell was ducking the fight and Gary Russell didn't accept the 1.5. He absolutely accepted the 1.5. He didn't accept what was missing around it. People allow money to get them in trouble every day, especially when it comes to contracts. Ask TLC. Their royalties was a penny. A penny? Yeah, sign the contract without reading it and understanding what you have going forward. Please do. I don't need to get educated in anything that I'm not participating or something I have to deal with occupationally on a daily basis. Why would I get educated on a term sheet to that depth? Because it's unimportant to me. It is important to Team Haney and Russell. Well, I can give you this there, Bible English, if you want to come over here and talk about the situation dealing with Russell and boxing and stuff like that, cool. If not, stop copying and pasting stuff that I can find online. I've basically highlighted from online something as easy as putting an inquiry into a search engine and coming up with the results. A term sheet is a non-binding agreement that shows the basic terms and conditions. That's all that we need to know. I'm done talking about it. But you're turning this into an area which is not even important to the audience. You're turning this into a copy and paste, and it's easy to come up here and copy and paste information in which you can place inquiries into search engines and come up with a particular response. You know what I'm saying? I'm done talking about it, period. I mean, you can put as much as you want in the live chat about a timesheet, but obviously you haven't visited enough lives or seen enough fighters hang themselves contractually. And when they should be fighting, they're not, because they can't. They don't want to fight for the promoter. They want to fight somewhere else, but knowing that their promoter that they're automatically binded to right now and signed will get a percentage of their purse on top of who they're fighting for. So actually they go in there and get pennies. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, the live is basically encompassing that Gary Russell did not turn down the 1.5 million, and he's not ducking. Salute the Common Local Sports in the building. How you feel, man?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. I wrote this in the comment section, but man, I honestly have to stay neutral, man, because I don't believe any of us have access to the 5-page term sheet that was sent to Gary Russell Jr.
Correct.
So I don't want to say that one side is lying or the other one's lying. I believe they both are saying some factual stuff in there, but we don't know 100% sure what's all in that term sheet, which is why I got to stay neutral on this subject. I just can't go one way or the other with it at the moment.
I'm not leaning heavy towards either side. I'm just saying that if he sat up here and spoke about what was inside, you know, once the contract was saying, he basically spoke with Bill Haney. You know what I'm saying? It's a big deal because, for one, they didn't want to pick it up. When he said that, hey, you could have spoke with me, we could have negotiate this. That's the part of the negotiation process. You know, you could have let me know if the number wasn't right, and this, that, and the other. That was early on, right? And that basically said, okay, the number was 0. They wasn't interested. So initially the Zone and Matchroom wasn't interested. So coming full circle to a term sheet, they put somewhat the same language in there. The language is that this fight only happens if Matchroom and the Zone picks it up.
Let me respond to Bible English. He says, respectfully, we do not need to know what is in the term sheet to know how a term sheet works and its legal effects. Technically, yes, we do need to know is everything that's in there. How are you gonna know which way to lean or not if you don't know the whole content of the term sheet? You have to know what's in there all the way around to be able to actually get to 100% which way you're gonna go with this. You have to know. You can't just go in there blind. Like, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know what else to say to Bible English.
English, chill, man, because you basically, obviously, you're not on a level of qualification to speak legally, and you need to basically refer this energy over to Team Haney and Team Russell. That's all I can say. I mean, it's not something that we're gonna keep going over and over rehashing. Buddy Ace said, like Gary said, he's not signing it if the Zone and Matchroom isn't included, and that only makes sense. Devin Haney Promotion and Matchroom and the Zone have to be on the same sheet of music when this comes to this fight. Period.
That one detail right there is something that needs to be in there, though. I do agree with that.
What one detail? With them picking it up, right?
Correct. I mean, you can't just blindly agree to something if that's not in there. That has to be in there. How are you gonna know? You know, they can switch this up. That's what I'm trying to tell these folks. They can switch this whole contract up either way they want, because being that this is the term sheet, it's not gonna be like the actual contract. So let's say the Zone does decide to pick it up and then change the numbers. Then what?
That's all I'm trying to say. And if you've been an attorney for over 20 years, why are you over here at World Combat Sports talking that? You should be over there with Batman and Bill Haney and trying to get them. You should call up Eddie Hearns for a job. You know what I'm saying? That's what you should be doing. instead of over here trying to explain something that Team Russell disagreed with and his legal team. I'm not sure how long they've been actually practicing law, but they felt that it was a red flag. So you're not making any sense. They felt that the first line was a red flag, but you're over here explaining that you've been an attorney for 20 years when you should be over there dropping their inbox or basically on the live trying to hit the link to go over there and explain to Gary Russell them where they're messing up. Period.
I would just like to know what would he advise Gary Russell Jr. had he came up to him and Bible English would have been his attorney. Hey man, this one little detail ain't in here. Dazn hasn't picked it up yet. What would you recommend I do? That's my question.
Solid, Kano. Solid, man. A solid point. You know, you've been an attorney for 20 years, but yet the caveat on what Kano just said, you haven't provided what your guidance would be for Gary Russell. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't have provided what your guidance would be in this particular case with the first line being the way it was. So you're going to say you would advise him not to sign it, the same thing I said, but yet we're talking about a term sheet. I mean, it makes no sense to me at all. Hey, let me ask you this, Kano.
Shout out to Bob English. At least he's being honest and saying he would have told him not to sign. So I can respect that. I complete respect, Sue.
I would respect the fact that when I said it earlier on him not signing it, they're trying to debate, oh, it's just a term sheet. He should have signed it. But you're trying to say if you was his legal representation and you was reviewing it, you would have told him not to sign it, which goes full circle back around to what I said earlier of what Gary Russell mentioned that was a red flag. If Russell mentioned it was a red flag and he didn't sign it, what's the difference in you telling him not to sign it and me reporting that he said it was a red flag? Obviously, something was wrong on the timesheet. The timesheet had a discrepancy, a red flag for which he's mentioned. So how does it differentiate from what I mentioned earlier to what you and what you're saying you practice law for 20 years, you would have advised Russell not to sign it. So let me ask you this, Kano. Haney and them said they have a fight date November 7th. So with this fight still in limbo, do you believe that period right there is too short for them to step in the ring November 7th, being, you know, it falls under an 8-week training camp?
That one right there, man, from what I'm seeing, man, I don't see that one right there could go either way because, you know, Gary Russell Jr. has been training, so I don't know about that part right there. I think he's okay with as far as training camp, but if he doesn't want to, you know, if he wants more time, then that's a whole different issue. And I told Bill Haney this yesterday when we was on that live with H Money. I said the same thing. I'm not going to change from it, that this is being too patient with it because honestly, you know, as me, you know, having a fighter out of a gym in Ocala, as you know, I wouldn't have been this patient. I've already would have moved on to plan B or C. So whether one side is right or not, I would have already moved on by now. This is just too long.
Yeah, I think it's too less of a time. And, you know, speaking to Kat earlier, you know, I don't think this fight is going to happen if the fight date that they have on both sides and the first one coming up real quick, November 7th, I don't think it's enough time, man. It's under 2 months. It's under 2 months. I just don't think it will happen.
I don't see it going on now. I mean, he doesn't, you know, he clearly said he didn't want that date. So whether they throw back a counter with a different date or whether he responds to Team Haney with the date he wants, and then whether they agree on that date, I mean, that's a lot of speculation going back and forth. That's why I got to stay neutral, man. I don't know what's going to unfold with the negotiations now as far as the date goes and, you know, all the little caveats in there.
I look at it like this, man. From my understanding, I did see this morning that, you know, Bill Haney and Batman was talking and discussing certain things. I really didn't tune in detail because it's I don't think it's any more than I'm going to learn from the conversation right now, unless new information comes out in the next 48 hours and I'm able to talk on it. So, okay, this is where we at right now. The fight's going to happen. Now we have some concrete details. It's going to go down November potentially, because I really don't think the fight's going to happen after Christmas and the weigh-in is going to be on Christmas. I really don't think people are going to tune in. You know, to be honest, Kano, this year has been crazy. So I think when Christmas rolls around, Kano, I think it's going to be a lot of people fucked up. I think the liquor stores are going to be empty. I think it's going to be a lot of people celebrating this year, being the 2020 is about to end. I'm just being honest, man, in a lightful, playful way. I think people are not going to be tuning in to a fight this Christmas as bad as this year's been for us, man.
Let me answer this. Buddy A says, Connor, I wouldn't walk away from that 1.5 million so easy. I'm not talking about Gary Russell Jr. I'm talking about the Haney team, you know, because now to be fair, you know, asking for a fight on the 26th of December is not conducive to the sport. I mean, you're going to weigh in on Christmas. So that part, I do have to lean on that side of them. You know, like I said, I'm going to be straight down the middle on stuff like that. Now, could they come in an agreement with a different date? Of course. Now, Gary Russell Jr., no, of course, I wouldn't walk away from that 1.5 million. I'm talking about Team Haney. You know, if this negotiations doesn't go anywhere, they would probably move on real soon because they do have options. I do believe that.
So one of Gary Russell's questions was to make sure, you know, it was a rematch clause in there, you know, to make it simple. The 1.5, once again, MXBC, the 1.5 wasn't the issue. The 1.5 was not the issue. Everybody need to understand the 1.5 wasn't the issue. You know, it's speculation going around on where the money was actually, you know, coming from, and people saying that, you know, it was one of those, how they put it, it was money that was presented, that was due to, how you put it, what Devin Haney is set to receive. I think the money was basically taken out of that to basically supply to make this fight, or whatever the case may be. I'm not sure. But when it comes down to the 1.5, that wasn't the issue in the contract. That wasn't the issue. It's just all about where the fight is going to be picked up and who's going to come up with it. Because Al Heyman is not going to sit up here and come up with the money to appease Eddie Hearns. If y'all don't know anything about it, that relationship is absolutely not co-promotion applicable. They don't have a rapport like that. I know people looking at Bob Arum co-promoting with this, man. Hey, that's different. It's a different standard when it comes to Eddie Hearn co-promoting with freaking Showtime and them. It's a different type of energy between them, because initially, you know, Eddie Hearn was saying he was going to come over here and take over the U.S. boxing footprint, and he was going to run some people out of business. So of course, Al Heyman is not going to sit up here and appease and pay for the B side to go over there and fight on the zone, and he gets nothing in return. It's not going to happen, man. The issue is the paperwork. That's all I'm saying. The issue is the absolute paperwork, man.
I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, we all agree it's the paperwork. It's not the 1.5. So when people get on here talking about he turned down the 1.5, you're lying. You know what I'm saying? You're not being honest with your audience who's tuned in. He did not turn down the 1.5. That wasn't the issue. How is he turning down the 1.5? And he basically said, I will bring it down from the 2 million to 1.5. I'll meet you there. I'll meet you there. It doesn't get any more clearer than that. I don't know what else people want to say, but you know well as I do, man. I probably have to call you. You know, I just wanted to. I saw you on a. We'll talk about it. I'm gonna leave that alone. But anyway,
me, yeah, but no doubt. But you know, I kept it neutral, man. They try to, they try to bait me, but man, I honestly got to stay down the middle, man. I mean, that's just my stance on it right now. I don't know enough to lean one way or the other. I just can't do that unless I am completely knowledgeable of everything. That would be irresponsible of me.
And I saw that. I respect you for that, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not all about, when it comes to your own platform, persuading individuals to lean one way heavy, just so you can dog out another fighter. I don't get where this plays out a lot with black fighters. Like, why is this your primary interest to sit up here in order to make a fight happen, or in order for people to tune in and support one particular fighter? One fighter has to be vilified in the media,
and I don't think
it's fucked up to me.
I don't think either fighter loses in this fight either. Like I said last night, I think both of them are warriors, and if they get in there, I will salute them both. Win, lose, or draw, either side, I'm going to respect them and salute them because they stepped up to the plate, So if this fight gets made, I'm saluting them both.
Absolutely. And like I said earlier, I don't think either fighter is ducking the other. Seriously, I just think, the shakers and movers, and it's a lot more to it. It's a lot deeper on their side that they have to swim to make this all happen. And, so we can be able to see a damn good fight this year. And time is ticking. Time is freaking ticking. And people, you have to understand, you just can't pick a Walmart parking lot to put this fight on. They have to lock in these areas, these venues for these fighters to fight. They just can't say, oh, okay, let's pick this. A fight date is a fight date, but behind the scenes, they have to lock in a venue for them to fight and start promoting the fight. They just can't say, well, it's going to be in, Walmart. It's going to be over here in Publix. It's not that easy, man. This is not a regional fight. This is a big fight. Even though you can say that it's going to be without an audience, still it has to be the right venue. They have to put the bubble in effect. They have to get testing. They have to get, both COVID-19 and drug testing enforced. It's so many areas that they have to deal with that it takes pre-planning, the correct pre-planning process.
And just to point something out, man, no fighter, and me being around boxers every day, no boxer is scared of another boxer. When it comes to these kind of things, man, usually they're just trying to make sure they're straight after the fight. You know what I'm saying? It's not about a fear of the man itself.
I get what you're saying, man. He said, I'm not trying to inform you of basic stuff. This should not be the subject to any debate or whatever. A term sheet isn't debate, especially on here. My conversation was with what I was trying to make off what Gary Russell said earlier. That's what I was trying to make. What do you think about this Charlo fight, man, in the midst of Canelo Alvarez? He's trying to take legal action against Dazn. What do you think about this Charlo's having a PPV for $74.95 during a pandemic, and the opponents that they're fighting? What do you think about Jermell Charlo? It's it piques a little interest with Jason Rosario. He's coming off a little momentum with knocking out J-Rock to pick up the unified titles. But then you have Jermall Charlo, who's fighting Sergey Derevyanchenko, who a lot of people believe was robbed twice against Daniel Jacobs and Gennady Golovkin. So what do you think about that fight coming up this month?
Well, I'm a boxing head, so I'm excited about the fights. Actually, I like the matchup. I mean, the common folks may not like it because they may not know enough about these fighters, but man, these are dangerous fights right here, man, for both of them, man. I'm actually picking Jason Rosario to beat Charlo.
Oh, for real? Okay.
Yeah, I'm picking
the other pluses that you see, Colonel.
The other Charlo will beat Derevyanchenko, though. That's how I'm picking them. One Charlo wins, the other one loses.
So, okay, being that you won the most important fights, I believe it's the main event. Being that Jason Rosario has lost against Nate Gallimore back in the day, you know what I'm saying? And, he's pretty much picked up his career to a point where he is a unified champion. But after the fight, he did not call out Charlo, which we was like, okay, the only person that's reasonable for you to call out is Mel Charlo, to try to get these titles together and move one step close to a undisputed. What pluses do you see in his skill set that Charlo will have a problem with?
Well, first of all, man, the translator did horrible on that because he did say he wanted Charlo. You know what I'm saying?
The translator. So you trying to tell me after the fight, Jason Rosario said that he wanted Charlo.
Yes, he did.
Oh shit, man.
You
See,
know?
that's what I'm talking about, man.
And these translators don't speak what the actual fighters are saying. I saw an interview with him the other day, man, where they try to say he said he was gonna knock out Charlo. He said, "Nah, I didn't say that. I said it's gonna be an explosive fight. I didn't say anything about that. Don't twist my words." So when they translate for these fighters, man, sometimes, man, you can't listen to it because, man, these translators be trying to start some shit, man.
We didn't know that. Thanks for letting us in on the translation process on how dragamons sometimes fail at their job.
Man, I'm telling you, it's hard. I'm sitting here looking. If you go, I understand Spanish. I'm Puerto Rican, so I know what they're saying. But if you'll go to some of them videos and go to the comments, you'll see, man, horrible job in translating. Horrible job. He didn't say this. He didn't say that. You'll find that stuff in them videos. I'm telling you, you will.
I'm really looking forward to this fight, man, because
I think it's gonna be competitive. They're both. Ooh, see the thing with Jason Rosario, yeah, he lost that fight a while back, man. You gotta understand, this man didn't have no training. He was just going in here fighting, training himself. Now he's got a full team and a support backing him, and he's elevated his status. That's why I say, fighter, if you lose, try to find out everything that happened leading up to that fight before you crucify him and count him as a bum or whatever, which I don't think any fighter's a bum, honestly, because when you get in there, man, you got to show up. But he's got proper training now. It is a 50-50 fight. I will say that. I'm just leaning towards Rosario because I just believe, man, that his hunger is bigger, and I believe he does have the power to maybe not keep Charlo back, because Charlo's a lion. He's gonna keep coming, man. He's not gonna be one of them fighters that you hit and and he's gonna be hesitant to come in. He's gonna keep coming back in. So, which is why I think it's gonna be explosive, man. I don't think it goes a distance, man. I'm picking Rosario late stoppage, but I wouldn't be surprised if Charlo stops him because of the way both fighters are gonna keep coming at each other.
That's a solid prediction on your part. I see where you coming from with that. And with Jason Rosario, man, this is the biggest fight of his career, obviously. And to be honest, Kano, I just don't want it to be Rolly Romero and Jackson Marinez again, my brother. I don't want to see this shit.
Oof, boy, if we see that like that, that's
I don't want to see this shit. I don't want to see a robbery. They robbed the fuck out of Jackson Marinez. I do not want to see this fight. If it's a close fight, God damn it, give it to the person who wins. If it's not a knockout, okay? But don't come up here and, let's just say, for instance, Jason Rosario has outboxed Charlo. Just say for the sake of, a hypothetical. I don't want to see a robbery just so somebody can keep a belt and move on, man. Boxing don't need this no more.
No, definitely don't, man. And man, oof, my goodness, boy, Rolly got a huge gift that night. My gosh,
it was a heavy pre-Christmas gift.
Yeah, man. Shoot, boy, they wrapped it up with bow and everything, man. Shoot, they might have gave him bonuses and stuff, man. Jesus Christ, man. I don't think that's gonna happen in this fight because neither one of the fighters are really, if you really think about it, they're not really liked by the media like that. You know what I'm saying? Like. Whereas Rolly Romero had, that Mayweather backing, and you already know how the money moves on that side.
I mean, but you have to look at, the Charlo brothers are a big entity too that's growing in the sport of boxing. They're trying their best to bring them into the mainstream that people are tuning in to them. Now, we can also understand that Mel has already faced that loss. You know what I'm saying? With Tony Harrison, he faced that loss again. But he came back and won his title. But once again, you have the robbery with Rolly Romero with Jackson Marinez that was on the same network that we're going to be seeing right here with Mel Charlo and Jason Rosario. But the reward is much bigger there, Kano, because we're fighting for the unified titles. Jason Rosario has the unified titles. You know what I'm saying? This is a much bigger deal than Charlo's belt. This is for all the marbles, so to speak, leaving one out there for a possible undisputed bout. So now that he has that one loss, if he takes a second loss against Jason Rosario and especially if he's stopped, like you say, it messes up a lot with them Charlo brothers. It messes up a lot, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this: Jason is gonna have to stop him. He's not gonna get the decision. We can all agree on this. He's not gonna get the decision.
Yeah. So they have to understand that. And unfortunate for Mourinho, he just didn't have the power. He caught, Roller Romero with some good shots, but he just didn't have the power to not leave it in the hand of the judges. But what I respect about him getting fucked over the way he was, he smiled, he went over to his corner, he took a knee, he prayed, and he left the ring. And yes, they asked him, did he want a rematch? Of course he wanted a rematch. But my disappointment lies heavy, not to get off subject, it lies heavy a little bit with Roller Romero saying he's a world champion, and he's not really looking forward to giving Mourinho as a rematch. That kind of didn't sit well with me, because you should.
He knows he can't beat him. He knows he. I think Rolly don't believe he could beat Jackson. I don't think he believes it in his heart. I think in his heart he knows he lost that fight.
Yeah. And Charlo, man, I look at him going into this fight. I know he has some confidence, but I'm not sure how he's going to be if Rosario does stop him. I know when he lost to Tony Harrison, this man was quiet, super duper quiet. And I would rather Charlo keep his same energy that he had when he was disrespecting Jarrett Hurd, when he was just being all loud and boisterous, the way we know Jermell Charlo to be, always boisterous as hell. I would like him to keep that same energy when he lost to Tony Harrison. But he came back, got his title. And right now with Jason Rosario, I really wanted to be a firefight. I really want to see them test each other. I want to see them walk through the storm, man, and whoever come out the winner, the strongest survive. That's what I want to see. I'm really looking forward to them fighting than I am Maul Charlo and Sergey Derevyanchenko. Even though I got mad respect for Sergey. You know what I'm saying? I do. But does he have enough? Does he have enough boxing skill wise not to, ring IQ wise, not to get in a firefight with Maul Charlo? Because Maul Charlo was considered the heavier hitter.
See, that's why I say Charlo is gonna beat Sergey. Styles make bouts, and yeah, he might have been robbed against Jacobs and Triple G, but this is a different type of fighter, man. With Charlo, I think he will beat Sergey, and he'll beat him convincingly. Now, back to the Rosario and Charlo, like I said, I'm going to be honest, it is a 50-50 fight. I'm just leaning slightly on the Rosario side, but I won't be shocked the other way, and I don't think that's going to be a boring fight. I believe it's going to be a war. I really believe this is going to be an exciting, power, action-packed fight.
Yeah, I have it as a 50-50 fight, even though I think Jermall Charlo, in my opinion, I just think he exceeds the power aspect of Jason Rosario. In my opinion, I didn't get to see Rosario's gas tank tested against J-Rock because it ended, pretty early. But I did get to see Charlo's gas tank against Tony Harrison into the later rounds. And I respected his gas tank. He seemed like he was running on diesel that night, man. Like, I said, okay. And he was dropping some bombs. You know what I'm saying? He was loading up on a lot of punches, and some of them he was missing, but he was still pressing the gas on Tony Harrison. So this fight right here, man, it'll be good for both fighters, 50-50. It'll be only one Patrick Teixeira left out there at the WBO, and hopefully we'll be able to get a unification.
Yeah, Rosario better be in shape, because you did bring up a good point. Charlo is going to come ready for 12.
Yeah, he gonna be ready for 12. He gonna be in shape, and I don't want to discount or devalue Jason Rosario coming here, out of shape. I don't think so, but he was able to go in there and demolish J-Rock in short fashion. So he has to have some type of punching power. But I'm like this, Kano. Do you factor in, even though it's a different Charlo, right? The way that Mel Charlo stopped J Rock. Do you compare the two brothers?
No.
I'm saying on a knockout of J Rock. Do you factor in that potentially J Rock may not have the best chin in the business?
I just no. Well, first of all, we know J Rock doesn't have the best chin in the business, but I never compare common opponents and how they do because they fought them at different dates, and the training may not have been the same either. So there's a lot of factors in there that you really can't. I don't like to do that because it just doesn't add up that way to me. It never does fall out like that. Like you could say, like for example, Tank. You know, he ended up going almost 12 rounds with Gamboa. That to me doesn't mean anything as far as his next opponent. If somebody else would have stopped him earlier, then now they're gonna face Tank. I just don't factor it in because it's gonna be a different fight at the end of the day, I think.
Yeah, it is, but it's a lot of people. You know how a lot of people compare that they don't give Mel credit, you know, for him going in there and doing what he was being able to do with Tony Harrison. And then, you know, Jason Rosario, he's going in there knocking out J Rock the way he did. But yet what I meant to say is that the credit being given to Jason Rosario knocking out freaking Julian Williams, vice the credit that was given for Maul Charlo knocking out Julian Williams. Because both of them knocked them out in similar fashion. You know what I'm saying? That's what I meant to say earlier. Not the Charlo brothers, but, you know, the fact that Jason Rosario knocked out J Rock and then Maul Charlo knocked out J Rock. You know, I mean, and you answered my question. You know, his chin is suspect. So now it's going to come down to it. Can Lil Brother, I know he don't like being called Lil Charlo, but can Mel Charlo go in here and defeat Jason Rosario? And I think it takes him out the shadow of being in Maul's, you know, silhouette all the time if he's able to go in here and stop Jason Rosario. And with Jason Rosario, if he goes in here and stops Charlo, oh, it's an issue. This is going to get crazy real quick because they definitely going to try to make that fight with Patrick Teixeira because Jason Rosario has validated his promise in the junior middleweight division, and people are going to start tuning in to him, man. And I know he don't speak a lot of English at all, but he goes in here and stop a name like Charlo. Oh man, it's gonna fuck that division up. They definitely will make that fight again, you know, versus Jason Rosario versus Patrick Teixeira, and people will tune in and see it too, man.
Nah, no doubt, no doubt. But yeah, no, I think they both deserve the same amount of credit for knocking out J Rock. I mean, come on, man. I mean, I don't believe in not giving a fighter credit, man. You work and work and work, and all the sacrifice you got to do. But the other reason I don't like comparing common opponents is because sometimes, you know, you or your opponent didn't rehydrate the same for that fight like you did the next, you know, other, you know, that's a lot of little physical issues and mental issues that go into each fight, man. You just can't compare them. That's the reason I say that. I'll be right back, man. I gotta be right back.
Okay, cool. Coach Chris said, man, this fight wasn't getting made. You could tell by the way they were talking to each other. Who was talking? Who was they? Are you talking about? There was a lot of conversations going on. Who is they? I mean, it was a nesting bed of conversation. So I don't know who's they because we didn't see just Bill Haney talking to Gary Russell. We saw Batman talking to whoever. We saw him talking to Bill Haney. We saw him on multiple platforms. We don't know who they is. If you can elucidate, man. Gary got spanked by Heyman for talking about him on Fanon channel. Hey, potentially, man. Al Heyman is a private person. So listen, I'm not going to talk about him. I never met the man, never seen him. I just know who he is. Seneca J, salute, man. Say salute panel in chat. English say that's boxing wisdom. I don't have a problem paying for the PPV, but under the current circumstances in the pandemic, I can see why some people won't. I'm picking both Charlo brothers to win. Yeah, I think when it comes down to Mel Charlo, man, he's definitely trying to step out the silhouette of his brother Mar Charlo. And one way to do it is to go ahead and have a dominating performance against Jason Rosario, the same guy who knocked out J-Rock. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I say that because his older brother Maul knocked out J-Rock too. So once again, they had the commonalities in Austin Trout. But both of them went in there and loading up, and they was trying to do this, that, and the other, and try to knock Austin Trout's head off. And Austin is a very slick fighter, But this fight right here is huge because it deals with Mel Charlo becoming the unified champion. This is a feat that Mal Charlo would definitely look to do, but he's going to be unable to do it anytime soon. Mark my word, y'all. Mal Charlo is not going to be able to pick up titles in the middleweight division if they're not fighting one another like that. It's just so standoffish in that middleweight division. So this is an opportunity for Mel Charlo to kind of, stand out and shine a little bit brighter with his own halo than being considered little brother. He don't like that shit. That's why he's a loose stick of dynamite, man. The way he carries himself and everything. People call Big Charlo Little Charlo. But guess what? He has an opportunity to do something that his brother hasn't done, and that is unify the division and potentially face freaking Patrick Teixeira. But then I can say the same thing against Jason Rosario. If he beats Charlo, damn, it's interesting. It's very interesting because this man would have basically had a meteoric rise in a short period of time, coming off an early knockout loss. I mean, he would have contributed to a backstory. He would increase his Wall Street in boxing big time. To answer what Coco the Don said, it is a pandemic, man. 74.95. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. You know why? This is why it's gonna be tough. Since I, cover mixed martial arts and boxing, right? It's gonna be tough to see if people are gonna in a pandemic are gonna pay for PPV this weekend, and then you have the UFC card that's popping off really soon with Israel Adesanya and Paulo Costa. Now you can't say it doesn't make any sense. It's not important. It is, because you have boxing fans that tune in to mixed martial arts too. So they're gonna try to balance what they want to put their money into. Do they want to see the Charlo brothers fight, or do they want to see a UFC card? That's a huge decision that you have to make, because it kind of takes us back to the fight that was going on with Saul Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin, and then Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor, I believe. Whatever happened in that time, I think Floyd Mayweather jumped in the equation, and put his fight in front of, which is PPV. And then people had to turn around and try to pay for the Saul Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin. If anybody know different, drop it in the chat. But it was a chess move by Floyd Mayweather to kind of take away some of that revenue for people to tune in to his fight. And then they will have to turn around and pay for a second PPV for Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be a great night of boxing. Yeah, man, we're looking forward. We've been waiting for Showtime to put on a damn good card. That's what we want to see. We've been waiting for them to put on an exciting card, and now the Charlo brothers get to headline, and they get to present us with a solid double hitter. I think this is a solid double hitter. A double header. The reason why I say that is because Jason, he's coming off a legitimate knockout win, and also Sergey Dariushchenko can box, even though he's faced 2 losses that people believe he's won. So that's why they're gonna tune in to see can he go in here and give Charlo a run for his money.
I think PBC was very smart, man. They waited. They didn't come back in as quick into the boxing like Top Rank. And I like all the identities because I love boxing. But to me, this year, since the pandemic, I believe PBC has the best fights lined up all the way going to the end of the year. I mean, you got, well, they got Danny Garcia, Earl Spence Jr., you got the Charlos. I mean, you got Tank and Leo Santa Cruz, just to name a few. I mean,
yeah,
I don't see ESPN having excuse me, I don't see Top Rank having that strong of a card, even though I do enjoy the fights as well.
I mean, that's a solid point, man. The fights that Showtime have, man, they're solid championship fights, and they're meaningful too. They're meaningful for real, because a lot is going on with this. You know, unification is huge. Gervonta Davis dropping down to 130. You know, one big question for us, Conor, is he gonna make the damn weight? And, you know, that's first and foremost on the term sheet. You know what I'm saying? Is Gervonta gonna make the goddamn weight? Second of all, how's that fight gonna play out with a 4-division champion like Leo Santa Cruz?
Now, to answer your question, he is gonna make weight. He did address that stuff, man. He does do his full training camps. The times he has missed weight, he's done his full training camps and did everything he's supposed to do. The thing was that he was trying to wait for the last day or two to lose that last couple of pounds, and it didn't work out for him. So now he's not gonna do that going into this fight. He's gonna go ahead and get that weight beforehand this time. Now this is what he's saying, so I got no choice but to believe him because I don't know any different. And let's hope that that's the case and he makes weight.
Yeah, I just look back, Conor, when, you know, he had us waiting down here in the ATL. You know, he was in training camp, like you said, but if you won't balloon up and wait so much in between fights, then it would be an easy cut, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? It would be an easy cut for him to drop that weight, even though just say he has 2 or 3 pounds heading into that. Okay, the shakeout should be easy. Your shakeout should be easy. Not to have us waiting over an hour and then coming in, you still a pound over and, you know, cause mayhem in the weigh-ins, and then you go lose a pound and you good. I mean, just come in on weight and go back and chill at the hotel and wait for the fight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we don't need any suspense, but it did work. You know what he was able to do down here and push Gamboa and cause a melee in the freaking weigh-ins. It worked because people's like, oh shit, we gotta tune into this fight. It was brilliant. You know why it was brilliant, Conor? Because I saw Floyd Mayweather walk out. Floyd Mayweather walked out the damn facility. I was like, man, something about to happen.
Yup.
Why is he walking away and Tank haven't got here yet? Tank is not on board yet.
I don't know, but as far as ballooning up, man, I always say this, man. Fighters, not just Tank, but any fighter that lets himself balloon up like that, man, they do it when they're young. They should learn from that and not do it no more, because that's going to catch up and backfire. Like, I'm going to take, for example, one of my favorite fighters, Earl Spence Jr. I love the guy to death. I love him. But damn, do not let yourself balloon up to the 190s, man. That's going to backfire, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think he only mentioned ballooning up to the 190s post car accident. But before that, he said he made the fight with Sean Porter and everything because he was like 187, 188 or something like that. You know, he made it difficult because you spend a lot of time in training camp losing weight. You know what I'm saying? So the good thing about this pandemic, Conor, is that he had ample amount of time to go through the recovery process. I'm just saying, I'm not a doctor. Go through the recovery process. He looks in good shape right now. And he never had an issue with coming to him making weight. So he's going to be on weight. The only question is for Errol Spence is his muscles and joints, You know, is his CTE? Is his head good? You know what I'm saying? Like not head good. I don't want to say it that way, but is his brain, his CT, once he starts to get hit with those punches, is it going to be medically efficient for him to carry on in the fight? Or is there underlying issues with him landing on the ground from being ejected from the damn car? You know what I'm saying?
I'm more worried about his mouth than his brain. I know I understand what you're saying, but he did have mouth surgery, so I don't know how that jaw is going to hold up to the test. Correct. Like I said, I love Earl Spence Jr. This is not a down him because I love him as a fighter. One of my favorites, man. And yeah, he always makes weight, but it takes a toll on your body. Even if you make weight, you're always ballooning up way past your weight. I just don't like that in a fighter, man.
Do you think Errol Spence, in a sense, for him to be considered great, do you believe he has to unify the welterweight divisions since it's such a talking point right now? Because what I do like about Errol Spence is that he's willing to fight the best. And he said after Danny Garcia, he's going for Bud Crawford. Now that talk is somewhat back on the surface, which I don't feel like entertaining it. I'm seriously, because not so much that Errol Spence is bringing it up. It's the fact that I don't know what's going on the side of Team Crawford when it comes to this, of Bob Arum. I know Crawford wants to fight Errol Spence. That's not the question. But Bob Arum has made it perfectly clear that fight has to be with the audience, with the live gate. Do you think Errol Spence be considered great? He has to unify the welterweight division and move up to 54 because he is in his 30s.
I don't necessarily think it will help. It will definitely help.
So you think him unifying the welterweight division, people will consider him one of the best to ever do it?
In the books, he's still gonna go down as that, depending on who, when he moves up to 154, who he fights. You got to remember that too. Who is he gonna fight at 154? But it would help him if he unified 147 because it would solidify him then before even moving up. So I get that point. I would go ahead and try to do it if he can make the weight before he moves up to 154. But I don't necessarily think it needs to happen for him to go into like the Hall of Fame. Let's just for example.
Yeah, I didn't even mention like the Hall of Fame. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame if he's able to do what he doing. You know what I'm saying? Because you got fighters like, I mean, it's plenty of fighters that's in the Hall of Fame. Let's be honest. There's plenty of fighters that's going to be in the Hall of Fame for a single division. But popularity in sport gets you in the Hall of Fame also. Popularity, it does.
I'll be right back. This chicken didn't heat up the way I wanted to. I got to heat this chicken up, bro.
All right, cool. I knew of all the people, you know, being the attorney that listen to language, you would put that in live chat. It just goes to show you are a bit childish. You know what I'm saying? And I even rephrased it. What I meant was his head, being that he was in a car accident. But look, that don't upset me, you know, because a lot of people latch on to the demasculinity of language. You know, you have that all the time. So it doesn't surprise me that someone of adult status basically put that in a live chat. Because that's what we evolve our language around a lot of times. But in no way, shape, or form, don't ever get it twisted. And once again, you know, I'm all in the giving mood. If you want to come over here and talk boxing, the link is in the chat. Merry, Merry, Merry Christmas. Have a Merry, Merry Christmas. Let's talk some boxing, man. What y'all think about that Charlo fight, man? And, you know, Connell made some good points about Showtime putting on some good cards. You know, we got Errol Spence and Danny Garcia, you know, outside of all the talk been surrounding Devin Haney and Gary Russell. You know, we do have Errol Spence and Danny Garcia on deck really soon. You know what I'm saying? All the suspense of Errol Spence returning from that horrific car accident. We definitely want to see if his brain is functioning properly, if his joints for which he landed, none of us was there. So we don't know how he hit the pavement or the grass area or whatever and landed. We don't know. We don't know. But what I can tell you from running bikes, your body don't heal like that. It's always that nagging injury and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like he was in a car at high speeds. I was on a motorcycle at high speeds. Either way, it's somewhat the same because he wasn't buckled up and there was no roof on the car. So ejection is ejection. You know what I'm saying? So I just hope all his mechanical functions are good. When he starts to get hit in the head, he doesn't see any stars, because I'm gonna tell you that shit happens. You know, that shit can happen. Danny Garcia start landing some shots on him, and if it's something that we don't understand from the outside looking in, it may affect Spence, man. You know, people might say, "Oh, he ain't the same since the car accident." Potentially, you might be right. You might be right. He may not be the same if he gets hit by Danny Garcia, who can punch, who has decent punching power. He starts seeing spots and colors and all that shit.
That's what I worry about most with Errol Spence. Not that he's gonna be mentally strong going into the fight. Make no mistake about it. He's a warrior. I'm worried about his health. I don't want nothing to happen serious to him.
Yeah, we don't want the Jerry McClin. We don't want
Patrick Day.
The Terry Norris. Yep, Patrick Day, Maxim Dedashev.
Yep.
And we don't want what was the other guy's name? Donna Stevenson.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so many people. And also, let's not forget a warrior, Pritchard Cologne. Come on, man.
Yes.
Come on, man. We can't forget about Pritchard Cologne, man. Like that's what I'm talking about.
I wasn't gonna mention, but I appreciate you shouting it out.
Yeah. Like, man, that happens. And that's what I'm looking at with Errol Spence. Like, yeah, he was good to go coming off the Sean Porter fight. But he was in a bad car accident, y'all. Like, y'all don't understand what it is to be ejected from something at high speeds. And just say you even catch 8 feet. You just say you 8 foot in the air and catch an air and land on the pavement. It is bad. And see, the one thing about separates me and Errol Spence is that I had on a helmet, but yet my shoulders and stuff like that, it was a different story. Errol Spence didn't have on a helmet. He didn't have on anything. So that's just my only question when it comes to him being absolutely medically cleared to come in here and take punishment. Because when I got up on my feet, I wasn't going to go into training camp for boxing. I had to recover. I took time to recover as I saw fit. But for him, he's in the hurt business.
I just hope that the doctors completely do a thorough check on him and make sure that he is 100% good to go into this fight. Because I just really worry about the health. I'm going to keep saying it because I don't want anything to happen to any boxer like that, like the Patrick Days and them. I don't want that happening, even though we know it's a possibility, even if he wasn't in an accident, because, the sport of boxing is like that. But I want to make sure that they do 100%. I'd rather not see the fight and make sure that he's straight if he's not straight, and wait till he's healthy than, to get the fight. I want it to be that they really, really make sure that he's healthy.
Good point, man. Solid. Lawrence William in the building. Salute to you. And, this cat always be, we exchange, boxing content back and forth. He said the White Richie passed last year after sparring with Michael Sarafa from a body shot. Not a lot of people talk about that, and not a lot of people even take it into consideration when they calling fighters, bums. A lot of damage that comes into boxing also is from sparring. It's a lot. They have heavier gloves on, yeah, but it's a lot of freaking damage that's being done in sparring, especially if it's not the right way. It's fighters that get knocked out in sparring all the time. So everybody, body is different. I spoke about this the other day about, the Riddick Bowes, the James Tonys, like the Terry Norrises. You talk about it all the time. Pugilistica is a part of boxing for some people.
Listen, man, and I'm in the gym, man. I'll tell you something that a lot of people don't know. Most boxers suffer more in sparring than they do in an actual fight.
Talk to him, man. Talk to him. That's all I'm saying. Y'all heard it from somebody who's in the gym, man. Come to local sports. That's all I'm saying, man. Educational wise, man, fighters take a lot of damage in sparring. I know some people. I know a champ that was knocked out by a fighter that was 4 divisions below him, knocked out cold, and no one knows about it because you have to know somebody in the camp to understand the whole process for which it happened. And if I told you the names, you would be absolutely shaking your head, and people would be going on social media like, no, there's no way that can happen. Yes. And that fighter was a champion. That fighter was a legitimate world champion, and he was knocked out by a fighter that was 4 weight classes beneath him and touched him on the chin and knocked him out. And, shit that happened in sparring, fighters getting knocked out, and then they go in there and perform in the ring. I don't know. Why is that the case, man? How is some fighters getting knocked out with the bigger gloves, but yet they can go in the ring and perform just fine?
Man, first of all, man, them gloves really are to protect your hand, not to protect somebody's face. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. That's all I wanted to hear, man. You know what I'm saying? The gloves are made to protect the fighter's hands. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 4-ounce gloves, man. People compare mixed martial arts with 4-ounce gloves to boxing. But even mixed martial artists, they spar with heavier gloves, but they fight with 4-ounce gloves. It's protect the fighter's hands. That's it. So you in there with somebody who has pretty decent power, with some 14, 16-ounce gloves on, shit, you're gonna feel that.
Yeah, you gotta blame the trainers when on the sparring inside the gym, because sometimes, not sometimes, a lot of the times they overdo the sparring. You don't need to spar every damn day to get ready for a fight. That's overdoing it.
Yeah, that is. And not to keep on bringing up Rolly, but I seen how Rolly, I just seen another video of him. He was in an altercation with somebody that was sparring or whatever, but you can tell his mentality is from what we know of the dog pound over there. Sometimes when they have this all out rough sparring, and you can tell how he always he'll cross face his opponent, and he's steadily trying to prove that he's a dog, like he has a chin, and he want to be the bully, and he needs to drop that mentality, real talk, and just learn how to box. Just learn how to box. I know you're tough. Rolly's tough. I give him that. He's tough, but he just need to drop the meathead label and just learn how to box. When you have a mentor like Floyd Mayweather, learn how to be slick, learn how to be smooth, learn how to be fluent where people admire your boxing style rather than saying, you know what, Rolly taking too much punishment. For his age, he's taking too much punishment. In my opinion, he's taking too much punishment. Rolly reminds me of one of those guys that's going to be in a bad place if he stays in boxing until he's 30 and he keep on taking the punishment he's taking.
Nah, I agree. And I think he made that fight, like, from my analysis, looking from the outside, he tried to go for the knockout the whole time. He did not try to set it up. So part of that it was Jackson, but part of that was to blame on Rolly himself, because he was trying to rush instead of set up. You got to set up before you go for that. Yeah.
Do you think, changing topics a little bit, do you believe that if Danny Garcia gives Errol Spence problems in this fight, do you believe that Danny will get his just due?
No, they will not.
Yeah.
I believe if Danny Garcia wins, they're not going to give him credit for it. The accident is going to come up, unfortunately. But what y'all got to understand, well, I know you understand that that fight was supposed to happen before the accident. They already had a date before that. So this is just what happened was it just delayed the fight date. So it wasn't like Danny's taking them now because of the accident. No, they was already had a contract negotiated before the accident.
You're absolutely right, man. The fight between Errol Spence and Danny Garcia was absolutely on deck, man. It was on the docket for them to fight. So the reason why I asked that question if Danny Garcia is going to get that credibility, if he goes in here and defeats Errol Spence, is because I can already hear it coming. Because I hear how people was leaning heavy towards one fighter doing these negotiations with Russell and Haney. And then, if they were to fight, they was up here trying to, I'm hearing all these interviews where they were saying, oh, well, it's a weight issue with Russell moving up. But then they want to turn around and say, Devin, he's still young in the game. He's still coming up. He ain't fought nobody, this, that, and the other. And they want to make all these excuses for both sides. But when it comes to this fight with Danny Garcia, it's an accident, a legitimate bona fide accident. And I ask you that because I don't think he's going to get the maximum credit if he goes in here and defeat Errol Spence. People are going to say Errol wasn't 100%. He took some head damage. He didn't look this way and that way. But then, once again, I always reflect back on, like, if a fighter doesn't look a certain way, the fans should look at it as such. The fans should assess that, damn, you know what, Errol Spence just didn't look that well. So we're getting the benefit of the doubt. He was kind of still fucked up from the accident. It's the same thing I said about Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury. He didn't look the same that night, and we'll see the next time he step in there.
But it depends how it happens. Like you said, like if Danny touches him with one good left hook and puts Spence to sleep, okay, I can say, oh, he might have not been 100%, because, man, we all know that Spence has a chin. So
yeah, he got a chin.
It depends on how the fight ends, Now, if it's something that goes on over and over and it's a late stoppage, then you got to give Danny credit. Then if it's early and it looks like off and odd, then we can talk about that.
Yeah, if he's cutting the light off on Errol, that's all I'm saying. If he cut the light off on him, that's just not from Danny Garcia's power now. That's because something is going on with Errol Spence, period.
I can agree with that. So that's why I said, I was irresponsible when I first spoke. So yeah, let's clean that up. It depends on how it is, that it ends. If it's early, then yeah, I'm gonna say, oh, hold up, something might not have been too right. They might have not really checked him out completely. But if it's in the late rounds, like 9th, 10th, 11th, on 12th, then you got to give him credit, because that means his chin was well and all that, and he went through all these rounds.
Yeah, I agree with the late stoppage. It's legit. Errol Spence went through the entire fight, and just like we seen Sean Porter get dropped in the 11th, if Errol Spence faced adversity, it is what it is. If Danny Garcia faced adversity for the first time and Errol Spence performed above the expectations, then they're going to look at him as Superman. You know what I'm saying? It's going to go both ways. If Danny Garcia breaks him down and make him look bad, they're going to put it on the accident. But if Errol Spence goes in here and perform, and he places Danny Garcia in a situation we ain't never seen him in before in his career, people going to look at Errol Spence like, God damn, this dude is immortal. Like, this motherfucker came back from an accident, and he looked better than what we ever seen him look, even when he fought Sean Porter. So that's what people are looking forward to. Like, they want to see both sides of the sheets, man.
I'll tell you this: if Spence stops Danny Garcia, that's a hell of an accomplishment on his record right there. You're gonna have to give him credit, because, man, Danny got a chin.
Oh yeah, man. Danny has a legitimate chin, no doubt about it. Do you believe, being in the sport as long as you have, man, do you respect the fact that once again, the language that's coming from Teofimo Lopez is that if he defeats Lomachenko, he's the undisputed title holder? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you adhere to that language just because, Mauricio Suleiman has said that, hey, if the franchise belt is in the equation, that fighter will indeed be the undisputed champion. But following boxing as long as we have, we know that the right fight would be what? Devin Haney.
Correct. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one. But that's not the boxer's fault, But now before this fight was set up with Teofimo, which I want to address, because I don't want there to be this duck comment or none of that stuff. Teofimo said that he was going to fight one more fight a long time ago, which was going to be against Lomachenko, and then he was going to move on to 140. Lomachenko said he was going to move back to 130 after this fight. Now, Teofimo did say, now, I will fight one more time at 135 if it's really, really something good. So, I think he should stay one more fight and get Haney. That's my opinion, but I can't crucify him if he moves up to 140 either. I can't.
Yeah, because they got to make moves. At the end of the day, they have to make moves. Period. And he's young in the game, and they're making moves. Him and his pops. I'm not vilifying them in that perspective. I'm just saying for the rights of boxing. You know what I'm saying? For the credibility aspect of it. Because I'm not talking about social media either, because social media a lot of the times and they don't have any credibility on the way people dog out fighters. But I'm saying in this case, what we know are the super titles. And I will push very heavy if this fight does it play out the way I wanted to play out? I'm going for Teofimo Lopez for him to just say, okay, I have the title of undisputed at lightweight. That's not going anywhere. But let me shut up all the doubters and go over here and face Devin Haney. That would be a huge fight for Devin Haney too.
I'm in agreement with you on that, and I think he's got the heart to do that. That's the thing about it, man.
Yeah.
He likes a challenge, so I think he should. All I'm saying is I won't crucify him if he don't, but he should. But hey, listen, you put Lomachenko on your resume, though. Ooh, Lord, you know
that's crazy. Yeah,
I'm going for Teofimo too.
Correct. If you put Lomachenko on your resume, and then you go over here and fight another champion in the lightweight division, I mean, come on, man. It's a win-win for Teofimo with his fans, man. With people tuning in and say, damn, he a problem. And then now you start with talk of pound for pound. You know, even from I know it depends on divisions. I know, but not everybody in the pound for pound list are multi-division champions. Let's get that straight now. Gennady Golovkin isn't a multi-division champion. Alexander Usyk is not a multi-division champion. So you just can't say it depends on how many championships you have to your mantle. So, but for Teofimo, lightweight division, becoming world champion, unifying division, and then fighting a champion like Devin Haney, it'll be awesome, man.
I would love to see it. I would love to see it, man. At 140, he's going to have a lot of issues, though. I will say that, man. I got to be honest. He'll have a lot of issues. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of. Ugh.
I got to give a shout out to the Gary Antoine Russell, who's sitting at 142, a killer.
Definitely, man. 140's loaded, man.
You got Regis still up there too. Regis Prograis, Taylor, Ramirez. I know they talking about moving up to 47, but I mean, you have a lot of solid fighters up there at 40, man.
You got some fighters that are gonna be soon contenders as well, like Luis Feliciano, Kent Cruz, even Brownie, Subriel Matias. You know, he's got to fight against Malik Hawkins, and if he convincingly beats Malik Hawkins, his name automatically shoots back up in the talks again.
Where's he ranked in what sanctioned body? What champion is he on route?
I don't know where they got him ranked at right now because he lost his last fight. I don't know if you remember. He lost his last fight on a contract. Well, it was a close fight. It was a close fight, but he lost nevertheless. And he was, actually gonna be fighting for a title. Probably if he would have won that fight, he probably would have been in line for a title shot. But he beats Malik Hawkins now. I think his name goes back in there. And by the way, I don't know Subriel Matias personally. This is a unbiased opinion. He's a strong hitter and he can give a lot of people problems as well, man. I would say 140 has a lot. Man, 140 is loaded.
I agree, man. I agree with that. Hold on for a second, people.
But yeah, so and Malik Hawkins ain't no punk either, man. I mean, he's undefeated. He's with the Mayweather camp, so those are people that, like I said, 140 has a lot of fighters. Which way will it go? We're really not gonna know. There's so many fighters there that can go one way or the other. Of course, you got your top dogs right now, being Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez and stuff like that. I know personally that Jose Ramirez and Luis Feliciano fought twice in the amateurs, but Luis Feliciano was a little kid then. He's a grown man now, so and he didn't really beat Luis Feliciano that convincingly either. So I mean, those are fights that can happen now as pros that may shake up the 140 division. I'm excited for it. I know a lot of people don't pay attention to that weight division because, the 147 is, the one with Earl Spence, Bud Crawford, Danny Garcia, Sean Porter. Then you got the 154s and on up, and of course the heavyweights. But I like what I'm seeing at the 140.
Good point, man. Solid. If those of you that's in the chat, man, wanna hop on, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? The link is in the chat. I can drop the link. And you can talk about what my earlier talking points was. You know what I'm saying? I said Gary Russell didn't turn down the 1.5 million. And a lot of his own people vilifying him to support Devin Haney. It should be straight down the middle. You support who you think.
Definitely. And hey, I'm gonna get off of here. I'm gonna be on the outside looking in, watching.
For sure, man.
I just got to get out of here. My lady just got home. I'm gonna take care of her.
Handle your business, man.
Salute to everybody who tuned in, though. Salute World Combat Sports as always, man. And you always work on my platform as well.
So that I'm about to wrap up the boxing aspect of it because this is an open mic. You didn't see the thumbnail earlier. Let me put it back up here. That was my thumbnail earlier. How's the fight going to happen without the money? 1.5 is not the issue, people. 1.5 is not the issue. That was cool. Is everything else surrounding it? So yeah, really don't want to beat a horse that's already out the pasture. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to beat the horse that's already out the pasture, goddammit. And it's on his way out. But yeah, really, the conversations should pick back up if this fight is truly going to happen. And yes, a lot of optimism out there. But I'm totally against, when people just dog out, especially, when it's our own people, the black fight fans, they have two fighters that's black that step in there. They want to dog out one to basically halo the other. I just don't agree with that. I think it's fucked up in all measures, and it happens all too often. It does. It just happen all too often in this fight game. You got motherfuckers that just sit up here and come up with shit and want to use the same damn narrative all the time and don't want to really sit up here and prove a point unless they in the group or the company of individuals that feel the same way. I'm like, shoot, let me know what exactly are you talking about? How did you come to that conclusion? How did you feel that Gary Russell is lying? He's not being honest, any of that. Just because you want him. That's just, listen, educational wise, look at how this all plays out. That's the same thing they said to Deontay Wilder. He didn't sign 120 million, but they didn't want to hear what the contingencies internal to the contract was. We ain't talking about term sheets. We talking about the contract itself. They was like, oh, he didn't sign it. And every damn time we bring up Anthony Joshua being the duck master. They say, well, shit, Deontay ducked Deontay Wilder, but they don't want to talk about it in 2018 when he was trying to negotiate. You know what I'm saying? Whole different conversation. Because y'all didn't know the contingencies that was internal to the contract of why Deontay Wilder didn't tie himself down to something him and his team spoke on. He didn't feel it was beneficial for him to do that. People need to understand, if you don't know the entire aspect, page for page of the contract, don't get up here and keep on putting out the narrative that Gary Russell is not wanting to fight and he turned down the 1.5 and all this other bullshit. It really looks, it makes black media look bad. It makes us look very, very bad, because a lot of black media cover the sport of boxing. Seriously, be honest with yourselves. Some of the more prominent new media out here covers boxing. You know what I'm saying? But I myself, I cover boxing, mixed martial arts, and I truly don't care who don't like it. You can say what you want, but you know, people can get up here and talk about mixed martial arts fights, but it's a different level when you actually cover and you go to the gyms to watch the training and you able to speak on it in a way that you understand what's just going on with this. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I'm trying to say.
What happened to this?
Hey, what's going on there, Coach?
Hey, what's going on with you? How you feeling, man?
I'm chilling, man. How you feel today on this Saturday, bro?
Man, I'm doing good, man. I'm just taking a break from the honeydew list. X, go eat your snack. Eat your snack. That's my son. Yeah. No, you can't say hi. But man, I was actually knocking out some of these. Was doing stuff. I just kind of had to. I've been listening in for a while. Just kind of listening to y'all chop it up. You know what I'm saying? And I was just gonna say, you know, the whole kind of thing with Gary Russell and Haney, man. Like, you could tell that fight wasn't going to get made from the start, man, because the tone never changed, man. Like, a boxing match, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we all here talking contracts and all that. Like, man, none of us look at boxing contracts. We don't know really what happened, right? But,
I agree.
But all of us have bought a car from someone, hired someone, leased an apartment. Some of us are business people, have done business. A boxing match at the end of the day is more like a party or a WWE event than a sport. And like these are local state commission sanctioning. Like, if any of y'all been to like a small like boxing, like a pro card, like I'm in Maryland, so we have cards out here. I mean, it's a party, man. You got the bar, you got the VIP section. Like, it's the same thing in boxing matches, man. Big matches, man. And it's an opportunity for everyone to make money. And when you're talking to each other the way those cats are talking to each other, that business not getting done, man. Like, hey, there's so much ego involved and so much of who's in charge and who's dictating to who. And you wouldn't buy a used refrigerator from somebody if they were talking to you crazy. So just to think that someone's gonna with $1.5 million on the line and open up sparring and hire sparring partners and pay for food and coaches, and you think it's just this whole contentious notion, and it all seems to kind of come from like overseas. I mean, it's always probably been there, but like these Hearn and Master, it's all about just politics and dictating who and who run this and we run that and blah freaking blah. And that's why boxing is trash. I mean, the sport is the sport, but it's not popular at all in this country like it used to be. And it won't ever be, because it seems phony. You know, you got these cards and these ridiculous decisions. Fights can't get made. Rigged decisions. Guys cheating. It just kind of turns you off to the whole thing, man, if you're not a hardcore fan, you know? And I mean, these guys, yeah, they're making some money now. Maybe it's a little bit more spread out, but Tyson and Holyfield were making way more money than these guys are making now, man. Yeah. So, you know, to just sit there and assume like boxing's doing great. I mean, yeah, there's money in it because it's sports and it's on TV and that's what it is. But there should be way more money in boxing. These purses should be way bigger, but the sport is phony, man. Like look at what happened with the Wilder Fury fight. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you got the man's gloves loaded and like it's not a big deal. Like, we just really not gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like we got these guys, you know, and they're on y'all platforms, which is awesome. And they're supposed to be negotiating a fight, and they can't even have a conversation without interrupting each other and talk to each other like, you know, they're 20 years old. And it just kind of gives off the vibe that these guys aren't really businessmen, you know, because if you're trying to, it needs to be a win-win for everybody if you're trying to make a deal. So, you know, all the posturing and the, oh, I'm gonna get you to sign this so you don't know where all the money is and blah, blah, blah. And I think there's a lot of hate out there because some guys are promoted, some guys aren't, some guys are paying higher percentage. It's a lot of animosity out there. A lot of it's pointed towards the PBC. We know why that is. We don't need to go in.
Yeah.
So, you know, you know what I'm saying? Like they're putting out the best cards. They have the most fighters. So obviously they're going to have the best cards and the better promotions. And it's just like, come on, man. Like this is a country with the NBA, the NFL. Like you can't afford to run it backwards anymore. Like they need to have a national league or a commission. They don't need 4 belts in every weight class. You don't need 29 weight classes. And then I saw online they're talking about adding a super cruiserweight or a light heavyweight or
Yeah.
your heavyweight or like the fuck is wrong? Like what is going on out here, man? Like it's this kind of thing right here that keeps boxing. It's in the shadows. It's a shadowy sport. I mean, we love it. We want to watch it. I've been watching boxing my whole life. But I'll tell you, man, there was a time in the 2000s I wasn't watching much boxing. It's phony. You know, I mean, if guys are going to be loading gloves and decisions are going to get rigged, and what's the point? I'm not a WWE fan. I don't watch, you know, wrestling. So if I wanted to watch some, I'm not going to pay to watch something that was already predetermined who's going to win. So I'm going to say this to Haney and Gary Russell, and I'll say it to both of them. And, you know, this is just me as a fan. And, you know, I'm also a strength and conditioning coach, but dude, get it together. Like, where's the respect? Come together. You know, it shouldn't have been all on. I mean, I'm glad it was on y'all platforms, but if y'all really try and make a fight, man, chop it up, get on a Zoom call, make business, do business. Like, as black people, it's like you really wanted to see us kind of overall look better. It's just not good optics to just have 2 black guys arguing on a YouTube channel over money and who's in charge. It's like if y'all really try to come together, like, you know, the LDBC linked y'all up to where y'all can make it together and put something together. If y'all really both try and make a fight, get off the cameras. And nothing really real happens in front of a camera.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, it makes me feel like the whole thing was capped. You know, all these guys are boxing guys that know each other from the amateurs and they've been around each other. They might have played all of us, bro. We're not in the boxing fraternity. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Like who really knows, right? Like nobody was even talking about Devin Haney and Gary Russell fight. And then all of a sudden now, because I'll tell you what, if the Haneys, they did all that talking and they don't fight Gary Russell, I don't care if they're fighting TFU. I'm not watching it. It's like you just cap that whole situation. Just cap the whole situation just to get attention to yourself. That's that phony Eddie Hearn crap, man. Take that up out of here. Like, say what you mean what you say. If you want to advertise yourself, advertise yourself. But it's just a bad look. It just looks amateurish. And like, if that's the best we can do for the sport, then, you know, you're going to end up on further back pages in the sports landscape in this country. And, you know, whatever, man. I mean, it's y'all head. You know what I mean? Like, this is y'all careers in boxing, bro. But just wasn't the best look. Like, it was painful watching these dudes just argue. Well, I sent the email and you didn't even read it. Well, look, Playboy. I don't know who you talking to, player, but like, I'm over here. I'm from the West Coast and we don't talk like come on, man. You're talking $1.5 million, bro. You don't go buy a house and talk. You don't go close a house and go to the title company and be talking like that, man. So why do black guys together, y'all talking about putting together a fight, I got to talk to each other like a bunch of Negroes on the block, you know what I'm saying, talking about who owed the next fifth for Henny. Well, I put the 20 down on it, but nah, player, I put in 50 last week. Like, come on, yo. Like, we better than that. Like, come on, yo. Like, please, yo. Please stop embarrassing us, yo. Like, please do business and come together. That's all I got to say. I don't want to take over your channel, brother. I appreciate you having me on, man.
No, man, it was all good, man. It's not like, you know, a lot of people I don't have platforms like this all the time. You know, I pretty much
That's cool.
study what I study and then talk about it. But the caveat to what you said, man, great summation. I appreciate you breaking it down the way you did. And you know, we hope that the situation wasn't capped because both of these guys, both of these guys want to fight each other. I do believe that, but
Yeah.
it did get tedious. It got tedious, bro. From Labor Day, I said, okay, cool, I got it. I'm introduced to it. But by the time the whole week, I was like, I don't think we in a better place than we was the first.
Nah, they not.
Started. You know,
They're not fighting. They're not fighting. I don't think DAZN got the money to put on a fight. I don't think they have the money to do anything, bro. I don't think they have the money to pay these guys, man, and to do the whole protocols and the cleanliness and the bubble and they don't. They're getting sued by Canelo. They're just a really crappy organization to be a part of. They're an app. They're not on TV. It's pretty rough over there for them right now. They're kind of like the kid at the playground with lice in their head, you know. And that's just how that go, you know. I'm just man, son's about to get popped, boy. You better not be playing with your mama. But yeah. But yeah, I'm like, so talk about these other fights coming up, man. I like Spence. I like Tank. I think this doubleheader with the Charlos is going to be great. Looking forward to it. You know, PBC's running the game, man. They got these great fights coming up. You know, Wilder, Fury's coming up after that. So
let me get your take on, like, do you believe when it comes to Wilder Fury, man? Do you believe what you just said about boxing and all the buffoonery that takes place and all the freaking robberies and shit?
My God.
Do you believe Wilder can go in here and honestly, if it goes to the scorecard, you know, get his title back? What I'm trying to say, you know, they're gonna try everything possible for Fury to keep that belt, and so they can have an undisputed with Anthony Joshua.
I think, man, I'll tell you what, that fight, you know what I mean? From the word go, that felt funny. That looked funny. That fight just looked weird to me. Now I'm talking about before they even entered the ring. It started when the boy cut the camera off in the back. Now we see the pictures. We see the gloves. I'm on the phone. Go eat your lunch, son. Go eat your lunch. Okay. Yeah. The cutting the camera off. Now we see the gloves, which is obvious. I think he's gonna do it. I think he's gonna do it. I think he's just gonna have to bring that circle in tighter. Not be so nice about it. It'd be nice to see a little, you know what I mean, piss of vinegar this time around. You know, we talk about a man that literally played with your life, and you're a father. You know what I mean? I'm a father too. So I completely could understand him being extraordinarily upset about what happened. And that's a lot of motivation right there to think about. This man literally played with your life in there, tampering with his gloves in the ring. I mean, win, lose, or draw. I mean, look, man, you fight enough, you're going to lose. So, you know, him losing the fight, like, come on, man. Like, we all saw Mike lose to Buster Douglas. We all saw Roy lose to Tarver. We all, you know what I'm saying? Like, fighters lose. It happens. You know what I'm saying? But nobody wants to see somebody get cheated. That's phony. And I mean, if you watched that fight, you knew something was off. Like, Fury just walking around hitting people and it hurting them. Like, hold on a second, that's not even how he fight. Like, he couldn't do that to Christian Hammer or Klitschko, and Klitschko has no chin. He didn't walk up and hit Klitschko in the face. So, you know, we're talking about a guy who's cheated a lot. So, you know, it is what it is. I think now that you see it, it's the circumstance. It's just the timing of everything. Timing's everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, COVID shut everything down and everybody was able to stop and look and watch it over and over and over. You know, if there was no shutdown, who probably would have got brushed under the rug? He probably would have got away with it, really, because, you know, more fights would have happened and people would have eventually moved on. But, you know, God is funny, man. Like, you know, COVID happened, it shut down, and just months and months of people breaking it down and looking at it. You know, now what was in the dark is in the light. Now we know that, you know, the gloves were sanctioned and, you know, by the WBC, and now we know that, something was wrong, and
The
it's pretty
gloves,
clear.
the brand of the gloves was partners with the WBC.
Yeah, that's a problem.
You know what I'm saying? So people going to deny that.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem, man. Like that's they're leaving them. They're looking wide open for some type of civil lawsuit. So, but I'm sure he wants to put his hands on Sperry, and then anything in court can happen after I get my revenge in the ring. Because I mean, the only thing better than getting revenge is getting paid to do it, which is what a third fight would be. So, I'm sure he's very much looking forward to the opportunity to, get revenge on somebody that possibly tried to kill him, in a boxing match. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's just amazing, I mean, because like I played football, right? I played college pro ball, and in a fighting sport, man, you can get killed anyway. Like you can get killed with everything on the up and up. So the level of protections in place for fighters should be of the highest and utmost quality. The fact that he was able to cut the camera off, the fact that Dillian White fought in England and the gloves were changed, and the fact that we're looking at the camera and we're seeing floppy gloves and we're seeing trainers pull gloves down hands. The fact that this is happening and people are actually paying for these fights now, and this is happening on TV. I'll be honest with you, if it wasn't a bunch of men of color doing all the fighting, this would be in front of Congress. You can't do this. You know what I'm saying? Like we all saw what happened with Gerald McClellan and Nigel Benn. Like you can't, like you can get hurt in a boxing ring. Like, we all have our suspicions about that fight.
Yeah.
But with the rabbit punching and the fouling, and I mean, when you're deliberately letting one person foul another in a sport where you're punching them in the head, that's corruption. That's a problem. So, and I mean in World Combat, like for our UK people that are listening, let's let them know, like, Tyson Fury won the fight. We all feel how we feel about it, but there isn't one commercial of Tyson Fury. There isn't one ad on ESPN of Tyson Fury. They don't bring up Tyson Fury. You don't see highlights of the fight. And he won the heavyweight championship on their network. And that's because I think a lot of people know that there's something wrong with that fight. That was not expected. Something was wrong with that fight. You can't even show the knockdown highlight because it was a rapid punch. So
yeah. They don't want to answer questions, man, when it comes down to putting him on ESPN, because he's been on First Take.
I'll tell you what, man, you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now. I think honestly, we talk about the machine of boxing. The best thing that could happen for boxing is for Wilder to just go in there and fight him fair, knock his head off. And for Fury to just take his corrupt 2 promoter, 5 cut men, 8 manager, 8 just and get him and go back to England with that foolishness. I mean, they're actually going to let Dillian White fight, 3 months after getting completely knocked out. They're going to let him fight 3 months later. So they obviously have no rules. So just,
but to be honest, there, Coach, I don't care. With Dillian White facing, because they killing this man. They do shit way sloppy over there across the pond. And Dillian White, that's not the first time he's been knocked out. He may only have 2 losses, but that just goes to show you. First of all, the fight between Alexander Vivek and Dillian White they had a therapeutic exemption. You know what I'm saying? That's the shady shit that you got over there. So they want to bring him back 3 months. They're gonna say, you know what? It's not a big deal because Anthony Joshua was stopped by Andy Ruiz, and they brought him back too.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. I think we're kind of realizing the level of corruption is a little higher over there in England, man. And it's just it's seedy. It's seedy. I mean, you got ESPN and reporters that are basically they work for promotional companies. It's just a sad situation, man. Like if this is where your sport's going, looking mob run, and it look like they're run by the mob, man. It looks thugged out. You know what I'm saying? You see Fury's got an actual real life thug. Real life thug is a manager. So, it's a lot of these things. Like you see Wilder yawning in the ring and shit. Like, all right. Like I watched every Wilder fight for the past 7, 8 years or so. Never seen that brother in the ring yawning, looking like he about to sleep. For a big pay-per-view fight in Vegas, he's sleepy. You know, he's sleepy. He didn't get any sleep at night before. I guess he was. I guess what. I guess he just was up all night. Like he was sleepy.
That ain't true.
You know what I mean? So to him, man, hey, you tell him, you talk to him, you tell him, man, tell him they don't need to stay on the strip. They better stay. They better rent them a house somewhere off the strip, maybe out Henderson or something. Stay out there. Need to buy their own water, bring their own food. Whoever they coach a nutritionist, he just need to walk around with a cooler. Don't drink nothing from nobody out there in that town. The corruption is insane. And just, go out there and get your revenge, bro.
What do you think about Breland throwing in the towel?
I think it was a good stoppage. He could have done it a round or two earlier for me. That fight was done. When he was in there, I mean, between Fury walking around looking like, wow, this guy won't fall, Wilder bleeding out of his ear, the referee in there looking scared. The referee looked like he was at a crime scene. The ref, Kenny Bayless's face said it all the whole fight. He's looking like, what the flip? He looked like he wanted to say something so bad. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's the thing that's so funny. He loaded his gloves and still couldn't knock him out.
I know, man. That's what I tell people, man. Wilder's tough, man.
He loaded his gloves and his man still was on his feet. Like Fury, just the level of insecurity and cowardice to load your glove. You 6'9" loading your damn gloves.
273 that night or something like that, right? I mean, goddamn, how heavy do you have to be? Yeah,
I know, right? Because when you go from 400 pounds to 253 to 275, you don't take any steroids to help you do anything like that. That'd be insane to think that, right? So just whatever. It's whatever. Like, they don't care. Like, there's articles out there you can Google, man, where like boxing is like a big PED sport now. Like, it's actually for number of failed tests per 1,000 taken, they're like second or third behind like Olympic weightlifting and cycling. You probably wouldn't even include cycling on the list because you would just assume in cycling like there's just a lot of steroid use in cycling.
Yeah,
but they're behind like Olympic weightlifting, and then it's like boxing for like number of fails per like 1,000. Like they juicing that sport, man. I mean, hell, look at this. Everybody's fault. Wilder's failed a drug test or something, man. Like, it's these guys, man.
And they don't give him credit for being a clean fighter, man. They give Fury. They want to boo boo Wilder, man. Was disgraceful. They want to boo the man at the Staples Center and in the MGM Grand, but he's a clean fighter, man.
Yeah, nah. Well, certain people got to take certain things to compete. And that's just how it is. Like, that's just the facts. Like, certain folks got to take certain stuff to compete. You know what I'm saying? And even with it, they can't really compete, but they take it to give themselves a fighting chance of competing. And Wilder kind of seems like, a natural athlete anyway. Like, if he'd have picked up boxing earlier, he would just probably be a better boxer. He's a professional athlete. You know what I mean? Like, he may not have the skill to play basketball, but someone with that physical type could play basketball, like Division I, power conference, NBA. He's got that kind of athletic ability, in him. And I think guys like White, Fury, and Big Baby Miller, they're just guys that went to a boxing gym and learned how to fight, but they're not necessarily athletes. You know what I mean? Because as many kids aren't boxing as before, so they don't have the same caliber of athletes that are fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't compete with him from a physical standpoint. Like, you could talk about skills.
Athleticism is blessed. He's blessed.
Yeah, he's a professional athlete. He's an athlete, and these other guys are just boxers. See, and there's a difference. People aren't when you're sitting there thinking like, hey, this guy's gonna go and play in the NBA, or this guy's gonna go and play in the NFL. Like, you have to have the physical traits to play in that league, or you're not gonna be able to even practice. You know what I'm saying? Like, the NBA, these guys are all 6'9" and with 7'3" wingspans and can run like deers and can jump, and they're all super athletic now. So a lot of these guys that played back in the day, they may not be able to play now because they're not the same kind of athletes. And I think you're in the ring with a guy like Wilder with an 80-inch reach that can knock you out with either hand, and especially with his right, and he's 6'7", and he's quicker than you, and he's faster than you, and he's stronger than you, and you can't bully him, and he's in great shape, and he doesn't get tired, and he has power all 12 rounds. it's really kind of like, wow, like what am I getting myself into getting in the ring with this cat? Because I'm going to get tired. I'm not quick. I'm not fast. I'm not strong. And I'm going to get tired. It's like, snap. I better take Winstrom. Better take Angelo. Better take Growth. Better take something. Because this dude is a stud. You know what I'm saying? And like a lot of these other boxers, they're just boxers. You know? Like, what if Ray Lewis was a boxer? You know? I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, guys like that are just great athletes. There's not a lot of those in boxing right now. You know? I'd probably put maybe Tank in that category, Gary Russell Jr. in that category. I'd put Benavidez in that category. Guys that are just stud athletes that can box. You know what I'm saying? So I think he can do it. I'm anxious to see him get it done.
Like Sean Porter, right? You put Sean Porter in there.
Nah, I mean, like, he's got a good physique and all that, but I don't really think he's the athlete. I would think he could play football, but that doesn't mean he's a good athlete. I think Keith Thurman's probably a better athlete than him. I would say Keith Thurman's the athlete of the welterweight division, and him and Errol Spence. Amir Khan in this day, you know, before he started getting hit in the face and we found out his chin was bad. Floyd Mayweather, obviously, great athlete. Tim Bradley, great athlete. Lennox, great athlete. You know, Vitaly Klitschko, great athlete. You know what I'm saying? Like Roy, probably the best athlete to ever box. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys just have an advantage before you even get to the skills because physically they're just better. That's why it's like with Fury being 6'9" and loading his gloves. It's like, come on, dude, really? You that scared? You getting there that scared that you got to go in there and cheat like that? Like you already taking steroids and fouling half the damn fight, but you got to go ahead and load your gloves. It's like I lost so much respect for Fury. I thought Fury was a real dude, but after that, bro, nah, yo, just.
I mean, he I wish his fight would, you know, when he won the unified titles would have been overturned because he popped in. You know, he popped for recreational and peds.
Yeah, he fell for the Christian Hammond. Well, you know, you got to understand, Coach. You know what I'm saying? Cocaine is actually a masking agent. So, you know what I mean? Like, I never really bought the coke use.
Okay.
To be fair, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think he probably likes a drink. You know, maybe, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he might be playing with his nose. I don't know. I just know cocaine also works as a PED blocker, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is you know what I'm saying? Like his brother's been popped for PEDs, his cousin, he's got an uncle that was like a former drug boss. Like, come on, you think this guy's not shooting gear? Like, get out of my face.
You say he has all the resources, huh?
He's clear, like, oh yeah, he cheated against Christian Hammer and Klitschko, but he's not gonna cheat against the most dangerous heavyweight since Lennox Lewis, since Tyson, like maybe even more so, you know.
Merriweather said, how about AB? You think he's one of those natural athletes, you know?
You know,
he does perform.
Possibly.
He hasn't been stopped. He hasn't been knocked down. I mean, knocked down and out, man. You know what I'm saying? He's been knocked down, but he hasn't been down and out.
I think AB, you know, it's just, you know, wasted potential, man. He could have did, but you know what? Hey, he makes more money than I do.
Yeah.
And you know, I'd like, you know, it's just the same. We all got the same. Throw more punches, bro. You know, he actually had the power to beat Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter and didn't do it. So, you know, I'd say, you know, AB is a good. I don't know. Nah, he's not like Tank. I wouldn't put him up there with like a Tank Davis or a Floyd Mayweather, something like that.
Why do you give Tank Davis that credence to saying he's one of these pure athletes? What do you see in him? You know, with him ballooning up in weight the way he does, why do you see him as being on that level?
His explosive ability. He's just really explosive with his hands and feet. You know, when he puts he's a lefty, and when he puts that power together, and he moves his feet, you know, you can kind of see that it's not just coming like from his hands. He can't, you know, it's almost like when you're watching him fight, you almost feel sorry for the guys in the ring with, because it's just like, God, they're the same weight, but he just looks bigger. He's just quicker. He can just get wherever he wants. He can set a trap, and he's just the quickness. It's that quickness, that sudden burst, that sudden quickness. It's like it's not that he's not just a hard puncher, but he's explosive with it. You know what I'm saying? Like that explosive ability to just move. You know, we've never seen him in a fight where he was the guy on the run, and I don't know if we ever will. Because I mean, he's got real deal punching power. I think he's gonna knock Santa Cruz's head off. I hope he does it for the culture, you know, for ducking Rigo, all those fights. But
Ducking Russell.
ducking Gary Russell, like, oh my goodness. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, you know, I think for all his credit, I think Devin Haney's a big time athlete. I'd say that about him too. I think T.O.'s a pretty good athlete. I think lightweight's a really good division, actually, man. But we'll just see if these guys fight each other, you know. I'm glad to see Gary Russell getting up in there and getting up to 135 and getting in the mix. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But let's see what these guys can do, man. Like I'm just like, hey, let's see what these cats can do. It's sad. You know, I mean, like bringing it back, I just felt bad for everybody. Like, those guys aren't fighting, man. Like, you're not fighting. Haney and Gary, like, nah, man, you're not talking to each other like that and agreeing to anything, bro. Like, and as brothers, if we can't, we got to do better than that, Like, that's all, man. But man, let me get back to it, man. My son in here running around like crazy, man, and I got some stuff I got to do today, man. But I appreciate you having me on, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, anytime, man. Thanks for pulling up, man. Thank you for your knowledge and everything, man. And be safe out there, bro. Salute to you.
Myself, you as well, man. Thank you. You do as well, man. Later.
All right, later, man.
Later.
And I put in there, the situation with Canelo Alvarez, is dismissed, but it's pending. I put in there the courts grant them the opportunity to amend and then resubmit. I'm not going to get too much into it, but that was via boxingscene.com and everything. So, yeah. But the caveat of what Velocity put in there, it did come to a point where Canelo Alvarez is dismissed in the current form. You have to understand language is dismissed in the current form, but they have provided or allotted Team Canelo to amend and resubmit. All right. So it's dismissed in the current form, which we already know what that means. And they have basically stipulated a deadline for them to complete that amendment and resubmit. But appreciate you for dropping that information in there, Velocity, early on. Appreciate that. Yeah, there was some good points made by Coach Chris. I really didn't have, a lot of those discussions on my channel because, to be honest, like I always say, I'd rather have 10 people on my live chat that actually dropping and basically responding to the content I'm talking about rather than 100 that's sitting here, agreeing to everything I say and dogging out one fighter to enhance the presence of the other. It don't have to go down that way. It doesn't have to go down that way. But that is a trend right now. That shit is trending big time on people that do that. And it doesn't have to go down like that. To be honest with you, Cuts, is that Canelo is being entitled, in my opinion. He's being a little spoiled little brat. They trying to make him fight tough fights. And Canelo, in my opinion, it seems like he wants to cruise. He just want to cruise and pick who he wants to fight. And the way that I'm prefacing that is the fact that he's trying to go up here and get the zone to approve Abney Yildirim. And you're in an 11 fight deal for $365 million. You want to bring Abney Yildirim and fight him for a belt? You got motherfuckers going for a purse bid? I mean, that doesn't make any sense, man, to the coming boxing fan. Even to the temporary, it should, pique up your interest a little bit to say that's stupid as fuck. It absolutely should, man. I think Canelo is just being entitled right now and he wants things his way. Listen, they gave him the green light to have the final say so on his opponents to a point. So he does have influence on that aspect of it, right? But when it comes down to providing the zone a premier fight once a year, Canelo seems to me like he just want to pick and choose and pick up his bag the easy way. The easy way. So it's going to come down to the courts to find out, does he have a point on why the zone is unwilling to pay him what he is owed per fight, by them inferring that he's not living up to his contractual obligations with Golden Boy by giving them premier fights once a year. That means a big name that we all understand what premier means, and the names that I mentioned earlier isn't that. So are they going to be able to convince or take it to the courts with a legitimate argument that Canelo Alvarez and his team or whoever has not owned up to their side of the obligations? I mean, that's yet to be seen. But that's a good point, that cuts to ask that question, because that is a topic of discussion in the boxing media with Canelo Alvarez. He is top pound for pound. And any temporaries who out there that follow boxing just, maybe about more than 60 seconds, you would understand that Rocky Fielding and Daniel Jacobs and Sergey Kovalev are not premier opponents. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if you used to be a champion. It doesn't matter. Premier is top name fights that's going to bring interest and butts in the seats and all this other shit. But when you want to fight Avni Yildirim for the vacant super middleweight WBC title, the fans are looking at that fight like, okay, Canelo's going to whoop this guy's ass. He's going to watch this motherfucker. So why should we even tune in to the fight? Because it's going to be an easy one for Canelo Alvarez, unless he decides to do a Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor, and carry this motherfucker into the 10th round and stop him just for Christ's sake, and laugh. You know what I'm saying? Avni Yildirim rates the 30+ million you're supposed to get for a fight. That's not premier. So it's going to be interesting for Canelo Alvarez. Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting for him. I'll say to anybody, definitely look at the fine print, which we're not, that we don't have optics on. We don't see what the language, in its true form means. Because we can't see it. I would like to see the contract. I wish it was available, but I would just like to see the wording, the language that it states in there, that the zone can, if indeed, they put that, if indeed, if at any time, that's the language they put it. If at any time, if they put that language in there, it becomes almost like a at will. The zone can change shit up, just like with the $120 million deal with Deontay Wilder. It was that language I'm talking about. If at any time so and so do not, then they can reduce the amount of money they paying him per fight. I mean, all that shit. They probably had enough. They say, you know what, we gotta put a stop to this shit. I know a lot of you all are talking about it's the pandemic, but shit, the zone has investors that have pretty deep pockets to begin with. Seriously. So you can't say the zone has put on these incredible fights and they're just making an incredible amount of return. I don't see them making an incredible amount of return with what they've been able to put on, period. Look at the fights. They're robbing motherfuckers over there. Look at the fights that they're putting on over there, people. They're not top tier fights that you can tune into. Tevin Farmer was able to become, world champion. Kudos, and he tried his best to appease the crowd and become an active champion. We got it. But him facing JoJo Diaz, let's be honest, people wasn't just there, throwing their hands up in the air like they just don't care and say, "God damn it, this is the best fight I ever seen." Especially when you're putting on fights with KSI and Logan Paul, who are YouTubers, who fame is YouTube fame. YouTube fame. When Dazn wants us to take them serious, but they put on a fight with Logan Paul and KSI, and people look at it like, "Hey, give them guys credit. Come on, give them credit. They actually can fight." No one never said they can fight, but you're trying to put them on a boxing, like a streaming service for combat sports. I have to say streaming. I have to clean that up for streaming service because Dazn is absolutely a part of Bellator. So they want to be considered a streaming service, right? Even though they're still fledgling as they were in the beginning. I mean, they doing what they can do. I know Anthony Yard is fighting, but come on, man. I'm not gonna cover the Anthony Yard fight. I'm not gonna do it, man. If he would have went in there and stopped Sergey Kovalev just in the matter of fact that Canelo Alvarez was able to do, I would tune into this fight. But I'm not covering no freaking Anthony Yard and have it as a talking point for people to tune in. Oh yeah, Anthony Yard, he's on the rebound. He's definitely a threat in the light heavyweight division. My God, he's just one of those unique, dynamic fighters that we look to see rebound from his loss of getting dropped by a jab from an older Sergey Kovalev to returning to title contention. I'm not going to cover that. But what I will cover is the fact that Dazn is indeed struggling. People want to get on here and talk about they do have money. Well, check this out. No one said they didn't have any money. They just don't have the money to entertain certain fights that, they can't keep in-house or whatever the case they're trying to do over there. And of course, it's going to be a little difficult because it's Eddie Hearns dealing with them, doing business with Al Heyman. Of course, do your research. Peel back the pages, read the chapters. They trying to run my man Al Heyman out the business. This shit is motherfucking personal. Put the shackles on that motherfucker. They put the ankle bracelet on that shit, that mission right there. So we would definitely see what happens from here on out. Yesterday, I wasn't able to finish it up, but people, I don't know who's tuned in and whether you're strictly boxing fans, but I got to continue. I have to finish covering what I was yesterday with this mixed martial arts card, and then I'm gonna close this shit out. But I just want to go over the fight card in itself. With what you see in front of you. The first one is Adesanya Costa, man. If you look at the dates, and appreciate everyone who tuned in for the boxing analytics, and supporting the channel World Combat Sports. I truly appreciate you on this Saturday. Thanks for showing love. Thanks for dropping in. You notice I don't tell y'all to hit the like button. Look, if you got to tell grown people to hit the like button, you're really forcing them to do something that they didn't initially volunteer to do. That's what I think as a human being. You know what I'm saying? Like I would think it was the most special thing for somebody to come in here and hit the like button without me telling them. Because if they really fuck with you, they'll hit the like button. I don't feel I have to take time out of me talking. Hey, do me a favor, hit that like button, please. Hey, do me a favor and donate to the channel, please. Do me a favor, hit that like button. I have 85 in the building. I need 85 likes. I don't see the point. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Israel Adesanya and Paulo Costa, man, both of these guys have O on their records, people. Mixed martial arts at its finest under the UFC banner, promotional banner. It's going down. I like both fighters in this matchup. I definitely, I've listened to a lot of people talk about who potentially they're going for in this fight. Of course, Israel Adesanya is the champion. He is the middleweight champion when it comes down to it. They refer to him as the last style bender. You know, he's 19-0 in the game. And to become champion, he defeated the interim, which was Kevin Gastelum. Bless his soul. You know, Adesanya told him, said, man, stop. Why you got that belt on? Why you standing cage side with that belt on? You know that shit don't mean anything. But anyway, Adesanya is 19-0, people. Paulo Costa is 13-0. This is going down UFC 253. And I'm going to tell you why I'm talking on it. Outside of the love for mixed martial arts, the beautiful dynamic of the sport itself. It is going down the 26th. The 26th. Okay? This is going down the 26th of this month. Do you know what else is going on the 26th of this month? Do you think Dana White is trying to send a message? Of course. They was the first off the blocks during the pandemic to start these fight cards. So they're really trying to come up here and convince people that they can put on a fight card with two names that a lot of people say is not big as Charlo. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's not big as Charlo right there. You know what I'm saying? That's not really big as the Charlo brothers. But you know what? The way boxing has been going on right now, man, people are kind of tuning out. This freaking UFC card is PPV, y'all. Charlo main and co-main event is PPV. You're going to have to choose on whether you want to come out the pocket for both of them. It don't matter if you're a black fight fan or not. If you want to say it's all about being a black fight fan, I'm tuning into the Charlos. I like Nemba boxing. Okay, go ahead. But this fight with Israel Adesanya and Paulo Costa is definitely a solid fight, man. This shit is absolutely a solid fight. Both of these guys are putting their O's on the line. And you should tune in if you really fuck with mixed martial arts. But I'm not sure if you're going to be able to tune in to both. That's a lot of money to come out the pocket. You know why? Because shit, the Charlos already told you, shit, $74.95. So you know you're going to be sitting just over a bill. You're going to be sitting over a bill coming out the pocket on your next cable bill. Absolutely. You're going to be coming out the pocket for this month. No more stimulus checks. You got to make that decision and say, damn, well, I want to watch the Charlos. I want to watch the UFC. What the fuck? You know, let me do you even one better. Okay. Let me give you a little bit more emphasis on what's going to go down this night. You have the championship, Israel Adesanya and Paulo Costa, the middleweight main event. Middleweight championship for the undisputed. And then the co-main, you have Dominic Reyes, 12-1. His only loss is to John Jones off his last fight against Juan Blachowicz, 26-8. Now, Blachowicz, though he has 8 losses, you cannot really put the hammer on him and say this is going to be a bum-ass fight. No, it's not. Blachowicz has earned his spot. He has power. And he has that one punch that can possibly change the outcome of the fight with Dominic Reyes. And then when it comes to Dominic Reyes, you have to give him credit for going 5 rounds with John Jones and the way he was able to implement his first, be first type of offensive strategy with the inside leg kicks, outside, putting his combinations together with the leg kicks. Staying out of trouble, not being in the clinch with John Jones like that. And when it was time to let his hands go, he did so effectively to push John Jones back. And at one point, John Jones had to retreat and run out the pocket. Not only to the end of the 3rd round, John Jones wanted the level change and go in for a takedown. but it wasn't nothing done. There was really no damage done to it. So he was able to get takedowns in the 4th and 5th, I believe. So that wasn't enough, in my opinion, for John Jones to win that fight. So I kind of gave it to Dominique Reyes 3-2. Next, you have Cara France against Brandon Royval. You know, two fighters that's trying to make a name for themselves. And then you have Dawadu, Hakeem Dawadu against Hergov, Turkhergov, Sabara Turkhogov. I've seen him fight before, but to a lot of people that don't follow the sport, you might not know who the guy is. But they're upcoming flyweights and featherweight when it comes to Dawadu. So you have to look at it. Does this card interest you? You know what I'm saying? Because on the preliminary, you have a lot of people that you may know, but you may say they over the hill a little bit. Like Diego Sanchez is one of the big names in there. Landwehr, he has only 3 losses. Nate Landwehr, he's going to be on the prelims. You know, it depends on how you want to see the fight, but I think it's just like the Showtime card. You pick the co-main and the main event, and you decide on who you want to support. Either way, it's not some extremely heavy fight cards that's going from the main event all the way down to the first fight on the damn main card. You know what I'm saying? It just haven't been like that in boxing since it begun. Kobe Covington and Tyrone Woodley. Man, you saw what happened with Tyrone Woodley, man. What he faced during his last fight. I was kind of disappointed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like Tyrone. You know, especially he made his song, I Beat That Ass. You know, I beat your ass and shit, man. Woodley, in a sense, he had the loss to Kamaru Usman, who's the current welterweight champion. And he pretty much dominated Woodley in the ground game. You know, got in close on the clinch up against the cage, was able to take him down at will. Both of these cats have wrestling backgrounds and pedigrees, but Kamaru Usman showed that he was a level above Tyrone Woodley in the fight game right now. Mixed martial arts, in all of his beauty, is constantly evolving. We used to see people, the time they get placed on their back from the bottom position, they go in the closed guard. That doesn't happen too much now. You have people that get placed on their back, and the first thing they try to do on the way down is have them the best position for them to make it back to their feet. And that's open guard, making sure that you're thinking 3 steps ahead. And then once you are on the ground, either you go for a sweep or a reverse or whatever, you know, nothing to the point where, like you've seen back in the day, fighters falling back and then they're just sitting there in closed guard, trying not to take damage. The game has changed so much, man, tremendously. But Tyrone Woodley, his record, he's going there against Kobe Covington, 19-5-1. And Tyrone Woodley's record is 19-5-1, and Kobe Covington is 15-2. And Covington's most recent fight was versus Kamaru Usman, who beat both of them. Kamaru Usman broke Kobe, I think he broke Kobe's jaw, and he defeated Tyrone Woodley too. So both of these fighters have a common opponent in Kamaru Usman, the champion, the welterweight champion. I talked about Reyes and Blachowicz. That's going to be a light heavyweight fight for the light heavyweight strap that John Jones vacated. Brian T. City Ortega, man. You know, he's been out the sport for a little bit because he was going through some issues with his camp, personal issues and everything, man. And he took that beating versus Max Holloway, man, where it almost reminded me of Andre Berto and Robert the Ghost Guerrero. I mean, he looked bad. And he felt that at the team that he had at that time wasn't giving him proper guidance on how to go in there and fight. So, it was time to make changes. And sometimes a fighter is scared to make changes. You know what I'm saying? They so used to certain people. They think that those individuals will see what need to be changed and make the proper changes, and it doesn't always happen. But anyway, he's facing the Korean Zombie, man. You know what it is. Korean Zombie, man, the U.S. fans love this guy. I mean, they love the Korean Zombie, yo. It's going to be a tough fight. The Korean Zombie is tough. The Korean Zombie is absolutely a tough dude to deal with. And both of these guys, when it comes to the jiu-jitsu game, are highly skilled on the ground. So it's not going to be just because Brian Ortega is trained by the Gracies. It's going to be a walkthrough because the Korean Zombie is also very highly skilled on the ground. Seriously. He's very highly skilled. When we're talking about skilled on the ground, dude is skilled on the ground. And, he was one of the first, I think the first or second, the Korean Zombie to pull off the twister submission on one of my favorite fighters, Leonard Garcia. And you don't know what a twister is. It's when you're able to gain control of your opponent's back. And just say you land on your left side, right? And like I mentioned earlier, your whole objective is to have control in a position before you actually get there. So you set yourself up for success before you actually in a position. So just say you're able to get back control, you land on your left side, or whatever the case may be. So what he was able to do was basically, get the over under with Leonard Garcia. While in the process with the lower extremities, he had his left foot and ran that through the center of Garcia legs and somewhat triangled his left leg behind his right leg to basically restrict the lower extremities of Garcia from moving. So what that did, once he had that locked in, now it's time to work on the top. The whole object of the twister is the basis. You're going to try to twist their upper body in a different direction than their lower body. It's almost like a jaw crank, a neck crank, but in the worst position because the lower extremity is restricted from turning with the crank, the direction of the crank. So what he was able to do, he wanted to get Garcia's right hand and place it behind his head and basically lay on Garcia's right hand while he takes his left hand and run it behind the neck of the head of Garcia and around the jawline and connect it to his right hand. And with that right hand, he was going to pull back to his right and start the cranking motion on Leonard Garcia's head, which would have forced it to the right also. And his lower extremity is not able to move out of that position that's facing left. So basically his lower extremity is facing left, and therefore the crank is cranking right. But in order to do this, Korean Zombie had to have Leonard Garcia's right hand behind his back in order to gain control with his left hand running behind the head of Garcia around the jawline and lock up the grip, whether it was a gable grip or whatever, and crank that the opposite way to the right side. And it's a crucial position, man. And he was able to pull it off. But anyway, not to get too technical into submission. I'm pretty sure it's a lot of submission experts that can goddamn break that down better than I did. But anyway, the big fight a lot of people are talking about is Khabib Nurmagomedov and Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje has taken 2 losses since coming over here from the neighboring organization, which he was undefeated. He was champion over there too. And we all know Khabib Nurmagomedov is undefeated. Come on, the Eagle. And Khabib is one of the most well-respected fighters who don't get the props that he deserves, so to speak, because of where he's from and what countries he's from. That kind of played out a lot when he fought Conor McGregor. He subbed him out in the 4th round, and then he jumped the cage and went after Conor McGregor's training partner, Dylan Dennis, a jiu-jitsu guy, and a respected jiu-jitsu guy, but he jumped the cage and went out there and started an all-out melee brawl, and the UFC fined him an incredible amount of money. And some people was kind of looking at it as being a little bit prejudiced because of, where Khabib was from. But Conor McGregor has did things in the UFC that he only got a slap on the wrist. But the fucked up thing about it is that Conor McGregor doing what he did with throwing the dolly into the bus and all this other shit was outside the confines of the UFC. So he went to criminal court for that. So what Dana was implying that he's not going to give him double jeopardy. They already punished him. The only thing the UFC did in this particular fight and situation with Khabib was fine him $50,000. They fined that man 50, and they fined Khabib close to, from my understanding, close to $500,000. That's insane. Like Conor McGregor showed up with a bunch of guys just because Khabib and his team had cornered Adam Lobov and gave him the son speech and told him to pass a message back to Conor and all that shit. And Conor lost it, went ballistic. And he showed up in NYC with a group of goons, and he threw a dolly truck at a bus that had UFC fighters on deck and injured them with the glass and everything. Michael Chiesa, Thug Rose Namajunas, Ray Borg. Yes, I do this. He injured those fighters and had to pay them out in a civil suit. So these two are fighting. And the good thing about is that Khabib is coming off another submission win over Dustin Poirier. He proved that once again, his sambo, his ground skills are super high level. And then Justin Gaethje is coming off that huge win against Tony Ferguson, where he displayed an extreme improvement of his boxing skills, the angles that he was able to take, his movement. Man, he looked amazing in that fight. It looked amazing. Justin Gaethje looked new. I mean, he looked like new shoes up in there, man. He was fresh that night, for real, old school. His hands was so fluent, Tony Ferguson couldn't fuck with him. And he ended up getting a stoppage in, I think, the 4th round. But this matchup nice between Gaethje and Khabib, because I believe wholeheartedly that Gaethje has better boxing than Khabib Nurmagomedov. But I don't know if Nurmagomedov's ground game is the most dominant out of the two, because from what we know or heard or what we haven't seen is that Gaethje has pretty damn good takedown defense. You know what I'm saying? Very respectable takedown defense. So that will play a role in a guy who loves to change levels and get in close. And once he locks those hands together, he usually take his opponents, sit them down, and go to work. But we'll see. That's one of the premier fights. Adesanya Costa, Nurmagomedov Gaethje. That's one of the premier fights in the fights I've just mentioned. Next, I'm gonna go to Figueiredo and Garbrandt. This is the next premier fight on this card, this timeline, because Figueiredo, he had the opportunity once Henry Cejudo vacated the title, the flyweight title. You know, they had the opportunity to fight for the vacant flyweight title because Henry Cejudo was able to become flyweight champion and bantamweight champion. So that gave Deiveson Figueiredo, who's ranked I think he's ranked number 13th. I think he's ranked number 13th on the pound for pound list. They gave him an opportunity to fight Joseph Benavidez, who is the fighter that everybody believed should have been champion, but haven't had the opportunity to wear the gold because he came up short against the top names. Figueiredo knocked him out. Then Dana White rescheduled a rematch. Why? Because Figueiredo missed weight. So no one picked up the strap. So Dana said, listen, Figueiredo, you need to come back in here on weight, balance the scales, and you get another title shot. Boom, he comes in there, stops him again. So Figueiredo is the legitimate flyweight champion. Now we have Cody Garbrandt, who was known, I'm talking about on that night, that shit was electric fever. You know what I'm saying? He came in there and defeated Dominic Cruz and put on a display of boxing skills that we just haven't seen in the cage like that. Combine the boxing skills with footwork, you know, in a cage setting. He really outdid himself that night. Cody Garbrandt was able to outsmart. He seemed like he was steps ahead of Dominic Cruz, who had some of the most awkward footwork that you will ever see in rhythm. And he was able to get the job done. He knocked down Dominic Cruz several times. He was taunting in the whole fight. He seemed comfortable. Boom. He became champion. And then from there on, you know, he had 2 stupid knockouts lost against TJ Dillashaw by applying the all or nothing game plan recklessly. He went in there and got his ass sat down, knocked the fuck out. He went in there and applied not only that to TJ Dillashaw, but he did it to Pedro Munoz too. And Pedro knocked him out. So it was looking real bad for TJ Dillashaw until recently. And this is where it separates boxing from mixed martial arts. The fact that these mixed martial arts, they have multiple losses, but their fans don't just banish them like boxing does. So he went in there against Rafael Sunsao, that's been in there with some top names himself, and he has several losses on his record, but they still respect him. They still respect him. You know, I actually had the opportunity to go see him train down here. Shout out to ATT Atlanta. Shout out to Professor Jun Cao. You know, appreciate you having me on deck and allowing me to see your students. Shout out to also ATT Team Lima. You know, thanks for having me on deck. I'm going and you know, back to what I was saying. Sunsao trains it down here in the A. And he went in there against Cody Garbrandt. It was a pretty decent fight. And Cody Garbrandt was able to basically you know, level change with his upper body, just dip down, get a reaction from a Sunsao, and then crack him with a right cross and knock him out cold. So he's riding off that momentum, Cody Garbrandt. But check this out. His fight with Davis and Figueiredo is at the flyweight division. When he was able to beat Dominic Cruz, that was bantamweight division. So he's coming down from 35 to 25 to basically become a 2-division champion. That's big. He's trying to challenge himself. He's taking the momentum that he took, that he was able to gain off knocking out Rafael Sunsao. He's coming down to face the newly crowned champion and a very tough opponent in Figueiredo. Y'all stay tuned to that shit, man. I'm telling you. And then we go to Curtis Blaydes and Derek Lewis, man. Curtis Blaydes, he has the wrestling background, which is going to work to his benefit against Derek Lewis. But Derek Lewis has been working on his jiu-jitsu, man. The one thing y'all have to understand about Derek Lewis, he has been taken down several times, but people are just not subbing him out like DC does opponents. You know, he's learning his defense in so many ways. You know, this is a guy, Curtis Blaydes, who lost to Francis Ngannou twice already, but he's been trying to build up that momentum to get back in title picture. Derek Lewis, you know, he's been in there with the top names himself. You know, they used to just consider him as a guy who has power. Like Derek Lewis, man, Derek the Beast Lewis, he has power in both hands, really. But some of his opponents was finding out, okay, let's just get in close and take him down. And then, you know, we can do this. But more and more, you can see Derek Lewis has been working, putting in that mat time to make it back to his feet. Curtis Blaydes isn't a small dude. Derek Lewis isn't a small dude. This is going to be a good fight. Seriously. It's going to be a good fight, man. And if you don't think Blaydes is going to go in on them hips and try to get Derek to the ground, on the first round, you don't watch enough of mixed martial arts. He's definitely going to try that. Absolutely. This is going to be a good fight. But I'm going with my man, Derek Lewis. I like the beast, man. I like what he was able to do during the storms over there in Texas. Man, yeah, he was driving his truck around helping people. Salute to him, man. I'm going for Derek Lewis. I'm going for Cody Garbrandt in this flyweight against Garbrandt Figueiredo. And the next fight, Valentina Shevchenko, who is stepping in there. Let me pull up her. One of my favorite fighters on the female side of the house. she's Elias the Bullet. You know, her resume, she's 19-3. And I'm just going to stick to her losses internal to the UFC. She's only lost twice to the same person, and that is the champ, bantamweight and featherweight champion Amanda Nunes. So she lost twice to a Nunes, which I thought she beat her in the rematch. Now she's about to step in here with Jennifer Maia. She's 18-6-1. And really, to be honest, I think Shevchenko is the better fighter, of course, and she should have no problem with 5 rounds, 5 minutes apiece to go in there and get this win. You know, I like Jennifer Maia, but I don't think she's on the level. I'm going to tell you, I know she's not on the level of Valentina Shevchenko. Valentina has definitely improved. I mean, she's continued to improve. I mean, it's only a matter of time before the fight is going to present itself again with Shevchenko and Nunes. But I don't know when. But with this fight right here with Jennifer Maia, I do see Valentino possibly finishing this fight. You know, she lost to Caitlin Chudikin. She's lost to Liz Camooch. You know, some favorable names that's in the UFC. And you look at Caitlin Chudikin, who's 14-3. Her losses has been to Jessica Ai, Valentina Shevchenko. You know what I'm saying? So now Jennifer Maia is facing an opponent that defeated someone she lost to. You know what I'm saying? Caitlin Chudikin has defeated Jennifer Maia. I mean, Jennifer Maia has defeated Caitlin Chudikin. So what does that tell you about this fight? They're just the next in line. You know, Jennifer Maia has defeated Caitlin Chudikin. So therefore, when you look at Valentina Shevchenko, she has defeated Caitlin Chudikin also. So they have a common opponent. But also, I believe that the other opponent, from my understanding, Jessica Ai, Caitlin Chudikin has lost to previously. Let me check. Yeah, she's lost to Jessica Ai. So that was the analogy I was trying to bring forth earlier. Chudikin has lost to Jessica Ai, who lost via head kick to Valentina Shevchenko. Moving on, but I'm going for Valentina Shevchenko via knockout. And last is Whitaker Cannonier. Cannonier, you know, he's one of these hyped rising stars in the game. He's going in there with the former middleweight champion in Robert Whitaker, who lost his title to the one and only Israel Adesanya. So Cannonier is 13-4 right now. All right. The names that he have on his list is Juan Blachowicz and Dominic Reyes. All right. So if you look at Dominic Reyes, he fights at light heavyweight. He fights a light heavyweight. So his fight with Robert Whitaker is going to be at middleweight. So you can see how he made the changes. He had back-to-back losses against Juan Blachowicz, who is fighting for the light heavyweight title against Dominic Reyes, at light heavyweight, okay? He's moved down to middleweight now. Middleweight is 185. So he's dropped down to 185, vice the 205 limit for light heavyweight, which is a good move. I like it. You know, he does have Anderson Silva on his resume, you know, Cannonier. So he's stepping in there with Robert Whittaker, which you already know what I just mentioned. He was a former champion. And his loss came from Israel Adesanya. Now, I must tell you this. Robert Whittaker had, I think, a 9-fight win streak before he faced Israel Adesanya and lost. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say he was undefeated. I said he had a 9-fight win streak before he stepped in with Adesanya and he lost. So we just seen him fight Darren Till, which was a close fight. You know, most of the fights Darren Till in, they either good or you know, they bad. They're not great, goddammit. And he was able to pull out the win over Darren Till. So he's stepping in here with Cannonier at middleweight, and it's going to be interesting. You know? But that's my fight card. Let me move this. But that's my mixed martial arts fight card, man. I appreciate everybody who stopped through. Once again, I'm going to put the Charlo thumbnail back up in there again. Jamal Charlo, Darianchenko, Jamel Charlo, Jason Rosario, and then also you have those individuals that's fighting on that card. Neri versus Almeida, Roman versus Pagano. They have some pretty good fights on this card. So there you go. But that's all I got. It's been 4 hours, man. Y'all know what it is. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports. Appreciate everybody for stopping through. Salute to you. And be sure to stop through next time and hit that bell icon and get the notifications, y'all. I'm out.